Hey, hermano, we even shop at the same store. Hey, how you doing? Oh gosh, I can't even do the Beetlejuice voice. Well, dang, howdy do, tutti fruity. I hope everybody's doing good. Wow, I have not live streamed in a long time. Hey, hang on, I'm making sure that the live stream's working correctly. So we're gonna find that out. There was a second stream, so if anybody else is on that stream, would you mind telling them to hop over here? I don't know why YouTube does this, but for whatever reason, YouTube likes to make me set up a stream for tonight, and then it just completely goes away. So I don't know, whatever the reason. This is that. Oh, sorry, that's me popping up. Don't listen to me talking twice. I have my phone up to read comments, but I hope everybody's doing really good. Despite limitations that we've had, despite the virus, despite Halloween being right before an election, where that's kind of overcrowding it. You're getting Christmas stuff in the stores now. It's like, oh my goodness. But despite all that, we have had an awesome Halloween season on this channel. I'll just say, I think you guys have been enjoying the content, it seems like, and that means a lot. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. And as a lead up, I really wanted to do a spooky contest in preparation for Halloween. And so the result was this writing contest. And now I know that a lot of people were not ready to jump into writing. Some people are like, I don't have the writing chops. And I get that. But a lot of you gave it your best shot, and I really appreciate that. I have actually not read through any of the stories in their entirety because I was saving it for this night, for this stream. So I hope you're cozy. I'm going to be reading all of your stories, and I'm going to be crowning a winner tonight. And the winner and all of the participants may or may not be watching. We have, about 40 people or so on the stream right now. So first thing I'm actually going to do is try to get rid of the other stream because there's two right now. How do I get rid of that? Give me 1 second. I don't want to confuse people, even though they're probably pretty confused by now. Just private it. There we go. All right, I think that ought to work. Yeah. All right, I think that ought to work. Whoa, that was me. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. So thank you for tuning in. I hope you're having a good October so far. It's been pretty chill here, I will say. It's actually a stormy, dark night out right now, which was the perfect mood ambiance to record me doing these scary story narrations. And on top of that, I actually have from my previous video, I actually have my Samhain candle, my Samhain trick or treat candle from Misfire and Dread going. So I've got the creepy mood echoing through these halls, and by halls I mean walls. And by walls I mean my room. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to open this up for a couple minutes just to read your guys' comments, and then we're going to jump into actually narrating all of the stories. And in the comments, please be respectful of people. I know some people aren't the best at writing, and it's a learning thing, obviously. So be respectful. You can give critique, but don't be mean-spirited because all of these people tried. And that's, for all the people that didn't try next time because why not? So I hope everybody's doing good. I'm looking through Dark and Stormy Night should be a movie title. I agree. It's raining in New Jersey too. Oh, that's cool. We're rain buddies. We're rain neighbors. You're going to be Zombie John says, I'm going to be a plague doctor. I'm assuming for Halloween. That you could not have picked a better time to be a plague doctor for Halloween, my friend. I mean, that is just awesome. Did you see Wacky's Wonders? I did not read the entire story that Josh put out, but I will be because I heard it's pretty gruesome. All the more reason. Tracy says there are adults watching as well. I sure hope so. How many submissions were there? There were about 30-ish, a little less than 30. So that gives us plenty of stories to dive into tonight. And you might be thinking, 30 stories? Oh my gosh. Keep in mind, all the stories had to be 400 words or less, which means they're about a page, if that. So you can read a page in about a minute. So if I read through all of these at a consistent pace, we'll get through it in about a little over half an hour. So that's fine with me. I'm reading more stories. Well, wait, somebody's don't spoil your don't spoil your story in the comments. I want to read it for the first time. So as you can see, my room's pretty spooky in here. I got my Halloween 3 Season of the Witch masks. I just need the witch, and I'll have all 3. Review coming out on that guy, maybe on Halloween. So I have several more videos planned throughout the next couple days. I have a new Nightmare Fuel. I know you guys really liked the first one, so I brought it back, doing a second one. I'm also doing a mask review. I'm doing another scary story narration, not of the contest, obviously, but of like creepypastas and scary stories from the internet. I want to maybe do one more Uncanny. And then I also have the Halloween over review of that series. And this was a little secret surprise that you guys are getting first dibs on. I am actually uploading a brand new short horror movie on my channel that I think you guys are going to really enjoy. It's a very weird one. And I think you guys are going to enjoy it. I hope it's going to be perfect for Halloween. It's a very spooky, creepy, atmospheric movie. So yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say. We actually have the president is on the stream right now. Mr. Donald Trump, thank you for joining, Mr. President. I would assume he was supposed to be on the campaign trail, but he decided to come chill with hauntformer, which, hey, I don't blame you. Meep Scary donated 99 cents. Thank you, Meep. I appreciate you. Meep is also from Phineas and Ferb, if you remember that. So yeah, I'm glad everybody's on here. We have about 50 viewers, which is incredible. So thank you guys for joining. Lots of fun stuff coming your way. If you didn't watch it, I did a video on Screamageddon, which is an experience that I went to last night. Really incredible. I had a necklace on where they could touch me, but I only got brushed along the arm one time, and I don't even know if that was a person. Was an awesome experience. I highly recommend it if you're in the area and you can go. Worth the money and time. And on top of that, I don't know what else. I lost all train of thought. I'm not even kidding. But do something Halloweeny. I know the virus is out there, but if you're able and willing, go to a cornfield, a corn maze, go to a haunted house, go to a pumpkin patch, go see a scary movie. Do something for the holiday, because these holidays are only as special as you make them. So enjoy it. And if you're planning on staying at home, don't worry, because I have plenty of content throughout the day on Halloween that you can watch with me. And I hope you'll join me for my Halloween festivities, because I feel like this is a cool community to chill out with, you know? And it's good to be with you guys. Also, you may have seen my buddies Ryan and Caden and myself are starting a series on a different channel. You have to go subscribe to it, called Strange Spectrum, where we're actually doing ghost hunts in search for the paranormal. And you can only see those on the Strange Spectrum channel. Our first episode is dropping on Halloween, but we have several more planned. Perhaps my favorite one is the Castle Hotel on Pasagrille Beach. This is an old hotel that is apparently very haunted. And we actually went recently to some allegedly haunted train tracks, and some weird stuff went down, like very odd. So you'll have to stay tuned to see all that when that comes out on the Strange Spectrum channel. We have 50 viewers. That is awesome. I'm going to jump into your scary stories now, because I'm going to shut up so you can actually hear the stories. Again, please keep in mind, be respectful in the comments of the stories. Understand that people put their hard work into this, and I think we should give them the respect that they deserve for trying. So I'm going to move the stories to this monitor, which is the monitor like so. And, oh, my face got a little darker because I had the white over here. Did anyone notice that? Maybe not. And that way I can read the comments too. See, I'm not a streamer, in all honesty. I just like doing live streams because I like to connect and talk to you guys. But I don't have the software for this stuff. I don't have a microphone, and people have headsets and like 50 monitors. I'm just trying to figure this out as I go. Your mom's on the stream. Well, hello, Anaya's mom too. So we're going to start with the first story, which was submitted by Jesse Stroughton. I hope I pronounced your name right, Jesse. He sent it the first day, like literally right away. And so I'm going to jump into each of these stories, and I'm going to try to read them in a creepy voice, so you have to set the mood. I do recommend, if you want to be set in a spooky mood, as I do with my haunt narrated, my scary story narrations, play some Miyu, some Miyuji music in the background. He's a really popular YouTube creepy music creator, and his music always sets a tone. But we're going to start with Jesse's story, which is untitled, but it looks like it has to do with the smoldering zombie from Spirit Halloween, the infamous Spirit Halloween. You've got to unleash your spirit. You've got to unleash your spirit. Sorry, that was way too catchy of a song for me not to quote it. All right, we're going to jump into this. Here we go with Jesse's story. I'm going to try to read it in a creepy accent. So let's jump into it. During the research era of the Vault 2998-3002, the Vault had come across a great deal of funding for projects and commissions. One of these projects includes the expansion of 99. On August 14th, male scientists in creation of a new branch for the chemical research sector 49 feet under the surface. The branch was completed on September 26th. The new branch was in full operation by September 30th. The branch was critical to causing chemical X6's creation, as it housed chemical J7. During one experiment, October 8th, chemical J7 leaked into a water supply near the branch, infecting 12 scientists and 5 maintenance workers. The leak was contained the next day by the Biohazard Containment Unit, resulting in 1 casualty. The scientists working on the experiment were decommissioned following the leakage for their unawareness of the situation. On October 25th, the Chemical Research Sector branch was breached. The branch was built just above a lava tube. That morning, the floor erupted with molten lava, causing nearby pipes on the ceiling to burst, leaking chemical J7 into the lava. The now mutated lava spread through the branch at an alarming rate, completely swallowing everyone in the branch. Due to the leaked chemical J7, the lava didn't completely burn its victims. Instead, it combined with the victims. The mutated lava filled the victims' veins, organs, and eyes. The lava made their skin boil into ash and was even able to penetrate their resistant clothes. The event went unnoticed by surveillance for 3 hours. During the time, the smoldering zombies had begun clawing and digging upward out of the branch, where some emerged on the surface after intense mining. The few that made it to the surface were killed by snipers on surrounding guard towers. The remaining zombies still in the branch were discovered by a scientist checking into the branch after transporting a sample of chemical J7 to the Chemical Research Corps. The scientist witnessed the violent biohazard containment unit. Oh, wait, sorry. Witnessed the violence scene and ran to nearby security checkpoint. The vault went into complete lockdown for the 6th time in the vault's history, sending in 7 biohazard containment units the next day to eliminate the threat. Operation Ember Elimination. The following month after OEE, the CRS branch was shut down and closed off, only accessible to high-ranking scientists. The biohazard containment unit had preserved a still living specimen. Specimen L76 is a maintenance crew member who was affected by the mutated lava breach. His skin is bubbly and has veins of lava coursing through him. His eyes are glowing yellow due to chemical J7's light property. His maintenance outfit is torn and charred, almost falling off his body. The specimen is in constant pain and agony, constantly letting out groans of pain. The specimen is held in a 7 by 10 foot containment area in the contained biohazard sector, where it remains today. That was the first story by Jesse Stroughton. Jesse, that was a really good story. It reminds me of the SCP Foundation, and it reminds me a little bit of the Russian sleep experiment when you talk about the underground bunkers and the zombies. Really cool. It really set up that prop in a way that made it feel more real. Because when you see the prop, you're like, I don't really get it. I mean, it's cool looking, but why is he all veiny with lava? Well, now you know. And this was really cool. I dig it. Yes, it is. It does remind me of Chernobyl quite a bit, Horror Freak. You're right. So bravo. First story out of the way. Awesome job, Jesse. Next up is Cool Shark Boy, who sent a very intriguing story. A man goes to a river and then accidentally falls in it. All the rescue teams had to build helicopters because the other ones were destroyed. They successfully rescued the man with a stretcher. Moral of the story, get the new helicopter set from Lego City. And then he wrote, no, this is a joke. I don't really care about writing. Hey, but you know what? You submitted something, and even though it wasn't scary, it got me to laugh when I read it. So thank you, Cool Shark Boy, for submitting. It is indeed very scary when a man falls into the river in Lego City. Truly sad. RIP. Okay. Up next, we have an email from Decap's Diarrhea Corner, which is an amazing email. Keep that until you have grandchildren. That will really pay off. I wish my grandpa has a diarrhea email. But this is called Seafood. You wake up in a cage over the ocean. It's hard to stay stable, for you are dazed and your left leg is completely numb. You can hear voices behind you. Should we use the cage or just dump him in? Just then, you realize what you will be experiencing. You try to escape, but it's no use. Chum is already being put in the cage. The wretched smell makes you nearly vomit as you are lowered into the water. Once you are fully submerged, you start freaking out and trying to swim to the surface. The cage roof blocks you, and you hear laughing and see people with cameras pointing at you. You look forward and realize that a giant, hungry, great white shark is staring you in the face. Ooh, that was creepy. Oh my gosh. Seafood by DiCaprion Boy 45. That was well done. The shark thing's scary, but to me the scariest thing would be swimming to the surface and the cage blocking you, and then you wonder, why are these people doing this to this poor guy? That was really great. That was excellent. Really well done. And I love, again, that your email has to do with diarrhea. That's awesome. I have to point out that the president, Donald Trump, actually asked if I watched the new Halloween Kills trailer, and I did. It's fantastic, and I wish it would have come out this year, but I respect they pushed it back, and I'm ready to see it for 2021. But yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome. Really well done. Up next is called Something's Not Right by everythinghorror808@gmail.com. As I got up to get my late night snack, cookies and a glass of milk, my dog followed me. He needed to go to the restroom. He's a St. Bernard and gives me a great sense of security. The clicking of his nails was pretty loud on my newly renovated wood floor. He needed a trim. I let him out, leaving the back door open so he could come in as he pleased. I went to the kitchen and grabbed the package of cookies. What the heck? I'll take the whole thing to my room. I placed the glass on the counter, and as I opened the refrigerator to get the milk, I heard Rex come in from outside. Something felt different, though. Sounded different. I shook it off and poured milk into the glass and made my way to close the back door. Then it was on to my room. As I walked in, I noticed Rex was already hiding under the blankets in his bed. I sat on mine and watched the nightly news. I caught the end of a segment dedicated to the murders of 3 men, all killed with no signs of breaking in. It seemed like all the men knew the killer because they seemed to have opened the door for them. As I chomped on a cookie, I heard scratching coming from the back door. I got up from my bed and walked towards the kitchen. As I got closer, I could hear whimpering from the other side. I quickly opened the door. There was Rex, bloodied, laying on his side. He had crawled his way up the patio stairs, trying to hold back the tears. I looked for the wound, but couldn't find it. I sat there, feeling the final breaths of my best friend, trying to maintain my own. With all the commotion, I didn't notice the footsteps coming up from behind. Woohoo! That was a good one. Dang. Sorry, I had to cut around. Like, for some reason, it's all like single space, so it was hard for me to like get back to the first line. That was really creepy. That was really well done. That could be like a short story. I mean, like a short film, short movie, like a creepypasta. Wow. So that brings up a lot of questions. Like, is this thing an alien? Is it like a shapeshifter that took the form of his dog and killed his dog and killed 3 other men? I really like it. I think that one is really, really well done. Yeah, very creepy. Poor Rex. Let's take a moment of silence. Rex and the 3 men, 3 guys. Good stuff. Dang, I didn't know I had some talented writers watching my show. How cool is that? Up next, we have a great old story from my friend Benjamin. I can never pronounce your last name, Ben. Is it Fujigi? It's not Fujigi. But he said, funny fact, the story is slightly based off of a real nightmare I had years ago where my haunted butler animatronic stole my eyes. It's not quite the same, but here it is. It's psychological because the reader has no way of knowing if the narrator is even sane. I like that. That's the preface to the story. Now we're going to actually jump into it. It's called Where Are My Eyes? One evening, I had been traveling through the countryside on horseback when a violent storm approached. Knowing the nearest inn was miles away, I sought a temporary place of shelter. The skies darkened and the wind cracked the branches of the forest. My horse whickered with fear, yet I insisted all would be well. By the time the tempest darkness stretched over the horizon, I noticed a light ahead, a house. Making haste, we entered through an arched gateway. However, there lingered something grim about the dilapidated edifice. Tying my horse to a post underneath the stable, I hurried up to the entrance. After I knocked, both doors were thrown open. To my surprise, no one was there. But upon glancing down, I saw a very short, elderly man looking up at me. His skin was pale, yet nearly a ghastly green, and the remaining white hair on his head blew like cobwebs. Moreover, something was not right about his large eyes. "Hello," I said. "I'm afraid the storm won't relent. May I come in?" The small man didn't say anything, but only motioned his hand so I would follow. As he led me through a corridor, I felt the compulsion to flee. Yet before I could leave, a taller man who looked identical to the short one greeted me. His unnaturally large eyes did not blink. "Greetings, sir. Forgive my twin brother's silence. He is mute," he said. "It's quite all right. I merely stepped in to avoid the—" "Yes, the storm," he interrupted. Then, as if distracted, he remarked, "Sir, your eyes are quite pleasant. Let me prepare a place for them. Please stay in this room a moment. We'll return shortly." Sluggishly, he and his brother prowled through two different doorways. Not waiting another second, I hurried back to the entrance, knowing I stood in the domain of a disturbed individual. But I couldn't find the doors leading to the outside. Then the already weak gas lights dimmed, and I heard the shorter one scuttle. As I turned around, he stood before me with his large eyes. "Look here," the taller one suddenly said. He held out a mirror. I stared in the mirror and saw that my eyes were larger like theirs. When I looked at them, they both had smaller eyes, my eyes. Thus, I carry this noose, for I can never look at anyone again. Ooh, that was spooky, dude. That was really well written. I love how you describe both of the men and like the premise of the eyes and how you introduced it and how he came to get there. I will say this, doing a story that's 400 words or less is really tough. It's not easy, but so far these stories are very impressive. I like a lot of these so far. This is going to be hard to pick a winner. But this one, I love the imagery. This is really good. So to answer a few people's questions in the comments, people are asking, can I still submit? Unfortunately, the contest closed as of last night. I will be doing another one soon, though, as I will be also with a short film competition, so stay tuned. But these are being submitted to my email. But yes, the story submissions are closed. But yeah. And thank you. I appreciate your comment on my coat, Mr. Boner Jams. Eyes. Next time there will be rules for it. I will be sure to post those so you can see it. But the original video I posted on Sunday. Great job so far. Up next, we have one by Sheila Carpenter. She said, "Hi, my story is a bit longer than 400 words. I hope it's okay." It is okay. Here we go. Tricks for Treats. Good title. Once upon a time in a village called No Man's Land, there stood a house of a man named Trix. He was burnt alive 4 years ago on Halloween night by an electrical fire in his home, caused by him putting up too many Halloween lights. While he was burning, no one came to his rescue, and all they could hear was everyone laughing. He thought that everyone was making fun of his pain and distress. Therefore, his soul could not rest. Every Halloween, Trix would return to his old house in the form of a Rottweiler. One day, a family bought Trix's house to start a new life for themselves. To get ready for a night of trick-or-treating, the young boy and his sister who moved into Trix's home dressed up in their martial arts costume and went to the backyard to practice their sword fighting. When the boy said he couldn't wait to go trick-or-treating, Trix appeared out of nowhere in the form of a Rottweiler, and his eyes were red like blood. The little boy started to scream for help, using his sword to try and fend him off, as Trix continuously jumped up in his face, barking viciously. Cody's sister, Mindy, ran screaming, "Mama, Daddy, please hurry up. Cody is being attacked." When their parents heard the screams, they rushed outside to the backyard to offer comfort to their son, although they themselves were struggling to keep their composure. As their hearts were racing a mile a minute in fear for their son's life, Cody's mom told him that if he stayed calm and didn't move, the dog would not attack because dogs can smell your fear. So Cody froze in his tracks, in a blocking stance, holding tightly to his sword like a statue as the tears rolled from his eyes. He struggled nervously, not to make a move or move a muscle, until his mom called animal control. When the animal control officer arrived, Trix saw his uniform and felt threatened, which caused him to rage out of control. He left Cody alone and turned his rage towards the animal control guy, tearing him limb from limb. As Trix was dismantling the dog catcher, the family ran into their house and barricaded the door with furniture. After the dog catcher was dead, Trix tried to break down the door to the house. Meanwhile, the trick-or-treaters were starting to circulate the house, and the family tried to warn them to get away from the house by fanning their hands out of their window, yelling at them not to say trick-or-treat because there's a vicious dog around the back that would think they're making fun of him and would attack. But the children misinterpreted their signal and thought they said, around back. There's a pumpkin full of delicious trick-or-treat snacks. And they all went running around back laughing and giggling, yelling trick-or-treat. That is when they encountered Trix and became his treats. The family covered their ears as they tried to block out the horror of the children's screams. That was really good. I am very impressed with these stories so far. That one, I love the title, and then how you explain it is so creepy, and it's original premise. Like he's dead. Is he like a werewolf ghost? Is he like a ghost that takes the form of a dog? We have 2 dog stories so far. This is really good. I really dug that story. I really don't have too many things to say about it other than yeah, it's very creepy, and it was scary when they misinterpreted what he was saying, the family was saying. So they go out back and get mauled by this Rottweiler. That's dark. That's dark. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Sheila Carpenter. I love all these stories so far. You guys are gonna have to help me decide. I can't even pick because these stories are really, really good. Up next, we have Connor Beats' story called The Road Trip. I was on a road trip with my girlfriend through the back roads of Texas. We were a quite wealthy couple, but we wanted a change of scenery for a little while. We left the beaches of Malibu to the open plains of West Texas. But little did we know that it was the road to our demise. While on our way, we were rammed by a truck. Our car spun out. The door to the truck opened, and a scraggly-looking man about 6 feet tall walked towards us. He drug us to the truck, leaving a trail of blood on the road. He threw us in the back and chained us up. He introduced himself as Tom. He then rambled on and on with a twisted socioeconomic conspiracy. How could I, born of conventional stock, arrive a leader of a rebellion? An escapist from a conformist world destined to find happiness in which cannot be explained. We were asleep. He then shouted and said, "Wake up, you Barbie middle-class lovers." We were at his house by then. Little did we know that the chains of society would be broken. I like that one. Connor, quite honestly, I think your story was so deep that it just kind of went like right over my head. But I feel like this guy is like misunderstood and like mentally disturbed, and so he's taking it out on what he believes are these just generic middle class people. Really interesting story, really good premise. It started, I thought it was just gonna be a traditional like slasher, but then you incorporated that element and it really brought it above and beyond. So good job, Connor. I know. Where are we? Up next, we have Ben Cockerail with it is untitled. It is untitled. There I am, sitting in the bathroom, my stomach churning. It is the night of the 30th of October, and his fears have come true. Being sick on Halloween. Side note, that would suck. I had woken up in the middle of the night feeling terrible. After a rush to the bathroom, I waited for the impending regurgitating of this night's dinner. I knew I shouldn't have eaten taco bueno. I stood up and washed my face in the sink. I looked up to see myself in the mirror, white as a ghost. I gazed into my own eyes, even feeling a bit bad for myself. Halloween was my favorite holiday after all. Being sick on this day was the scariest thing that could occur. As I stared into my eyes, my reflection began to smile. I thought my eyes deceived me, but the smile remained. My face fell into quite the opposite emotion: horror. I no longer felt sick at this sight. I backed away from the mirror, mouth gaping. The reflection began to signal with its index finger to walk towards him. I shook my head, losing all sense of logic. I stood, watching my reflection beckon me closer. My reflection then leaped out of the mirror, grasping my neck and strangling me. I tried to pry the hands off me, but our strengths were even. I restrained enough to keep air flowing through my throat. "Get off," I yelled, pushing my clone back onto the counter. We tossed and struggled against each other. The other kept its wide eyes and gaping smile. I groaned as I ran and pushed us both head first into the mirror. We passed through the mirror onto the ground. I pushed myself up, studying the room. It was an exact reflection of my bathroom, but dark and dirty. Groans and screams of strangers echoed throughout the house. I watched as my new self got up. I kicked him one last time into the bathtub. Turning around, I leaped back through the mirror. After tumbling off the counter and onto the ground, I grabbed a plunger and whipped it into the mirror, shattering the glass. Shards fell before me and into the sink. I fell back and sat down, breathing hard. I threw up in the toilet after that fight. I never fixed that mirror, and never will. Ben, that was really good. I'm a sucker for stuff with clones in it because I like how you can use that in a story. And I didn't know where this story was going at first. Like I'm like, is this like a gross out thing about him being sick on Halloween? And then you twist it where he looks in the mirror and literally his reflection attacks him. You know, it'd be really creepy too to take the story, the ending in a different way. Is what if he's stuck in the mirror dimension and just broke his last escape to get home? Like there's another dimension. I don't know. That's anyways. Really good story, Ben. Excellent job. Dang, this is gonna be harder than I thought. How am I gonna pick a winner? Dang. You guys are doing really good. I'm very impressed. All right, next up, let's see. Because I did have a submission, but it was over the word count by quite a margin. So hang on, let me go to. And some people sent theirs in Word docs, but that's fine. That's actually how I wrote. That's how I usually write my stories. This one is actually submitted by my friend Rachel. Rachel, thank you for submitting. I actually know Rachel. She lives in my area, so that's really cool. This story is called "I Must Not Stop Caring Until I Die." All my life, I've had a big heart for helping others. Loved ones, strangers, friends, and enemies. The list goes on and on. No matter the request, I'll always help those who need it, for I live by one motto: I must not stop caring until I die. At first, it was right in my life, despite all I was doing. I always give it my best, and at the end of each performance, things all worked out. But then, 2 years ago, someone began using me for their own greedy, arrogant, selfish business. After that, my gift became a curse. What made me feel like a superhero at the start, I now feel like a prisoner who's too weak to help anyone, especially herself. The chains I've been bearing weigh as much as I and those I have helped. They only continue to get heavier and heavier, forcing me to be slow and helpless, and even weighing down my heart while tearing my weary soul into pieces. Everyone around me can see what this is doing to me. They're all worried that these chains and my curse will be the death of me. They beg me to stop so I can work on myself, so I can get healthy again and be able to do all that I've done. I'm grateful for these people in my life. They mean the world to me, which is why I won't stop. I'll regain my strength to where the weight is nothing. I'll be as I once was. Even if I look different on the outside, I'll continue to help those who need it. For I live by one motto: I must not stop caring until I die. Rachel, that was really good. That was like a very somber tone. Like, yeah, very psychological. I really dug it. I really enjoyed it. Like, a lot of horror stories get into like gross and there's like stabbings and stuff. That was just very psychological. Made me think. I quite enjoyed it. Really good job, Rachel. Up next, by Rotten Pumpkin Haunts, we have Killing My Day Off. Here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit because my eyes suck. I'm going to get a sip of water. I hope you guys, by the way, I'm going to take a second to say I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves in the chat and enjoying the stream. Be sure to comment. Keep in your mind a tally of which of these stories you think is the best, because at the end we're going to have to decide which one's the actual best one, and I need your help. Also, as much as I want to keep this candle on for the smell, I'm going to blow it out because it's making my room really hot. I'm wearing a suit, if you can't tell. I live in Florida, so yeah. I'm glad you guys are having a good time. Don't scare me, I'm hugged, said I just got here. Glad you're here. Looks like everybody's chill. And Rotten, Killing My Day Off, the word spiral was supposed to be spiritual. Okay, I'll keep that in mind when reading your story. Killing My Day Off, I like that title, by the way. It's a good title. Holidays. Why are people so into them? I know, right? That's me. Especially Halloween. The only reason why I like them is to get the day off. But for others, it's for decorating. But I hate it. All the bright lights shining into my bedroom window, not letting me sleep on my day off. So you might be wondering why you're here with me in your own house. I have my reasons of why I warned you guys about decorating. The house has always been there for many years, longer than I've been alive. The reason holiday lovers always move into that house is because they want their decorations to be seen. The house is by a busy road, and on its corner, so they have more room to decorate. It's been remodeled many times, but the spiritual energy in that house will never be replaced. Every year on the day of Halloween, the people that live in the house will mysteriously pass away or commit suicide, claimed by detectives. That's why I always warn the next family that moves in, but they just call me crazy and never want to listen. They'll say I'm a nice guy, but they don't want me to talk about the deaths being caused by the Halloween decorations. So last year, on November 1st, I explored the house after the crime scene was cleaned up. I walked up to the attic and found a mirror. On the side of the mirror was a door with a note on it. The note read, "Look into the mirror and you will find the real suspect, your evil energy." I looked closer and closer into the mirror, but all I saw was myself. That's when I found out what really happens to me on Halloween. This whole time, I thought I was just laying in bed trying to get some sleep, but that's not the case. Every Halloween, my evil, spiritual energy leaves my body and goes to that house to kill the Halloween lovers. My hate for Halloween has gotten that bad, all because of one thing. I wanted to sleep on my day off. And that's why you guys are here, listening to my little story. You stupid Halloween lovers are trapped in your own house, and you will be the next victims. That was a clever idea. I did not know where that was going. At first, I'm like, this guy is a serial killer who kills people who decorate for Halloween. No, his energy literally goes to that house and kills them. That was really clever. Really, really good job, Rotten Pumpkin Haunts. Looks like we're getting a whole bunch of emojis of, I don't know what the heck. Hand sanitizer? Is this the Corona chat? I guess it's the Corona chat. I have no clue. Yeah, awesome stories so far, you guys. Here, 1 second. I actually want to read this one real quick. It's from Ryan, Clowns Are Us. He said that his email was giving him trouble, but he did send me one on Instagram, and that's fine. He sent it, before it was due. He sent it back on Sunday, so that's fine. I'm going to read it. It's a short one. It's called Amusement Hell. Good title. One night, a man entered an amusement park called Dream World. He was a very mysterious man with a black and white clown costume. He came up to me and asked, "Where is my office?" Which was strange because he didn't work here. I told him, "You don't work here." "I used to work here," he said with a grin on his face. Something seemed very suspicious. By then, I ran out of the park and looked back. I saw smoke coming out of the dark ride, and then fire spread across throughout the park. Screams could be heard all throughout. And now the park sits there, waiting for you to enter. Ryan, that was a really good story. And what I think, because you hear about the whole clown thing all the time, what I like that you added at the end is the whole burning thing. I wonder, was the clown the one that lit it on fire? Was it all a dream? Was it something? I don't know. I don't know, but I liked your story. Really well done. Creepy little story. Tracy, and yeah, it was very short, but again, that's the point, is to write a short little story. So yeah. Also, there are so many emojis in the chat. I don't even know what to say. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. Let's keep going because we have several more stories to get through, and I want to make sure everyone's story gets read before we crown the winner. This one's by Haunt Creeper, and it says gore warning. So if you're, I don't know how gory this is about to get, but I think we'll be okay. It all started, this one, by the way, is called The Haunt Near the Grave. Haunt Creeper's background story. So Haunt Creeper is a YouTuber you can find here on YouTube, and this is I'm guessing the backstory to either his haunt or his channel, something of that sort. I'm assuming his haunt. It all started after his high school. Walking towards home, outside of school, something grabbed his backpack behind him. He turned around. School bullies. Not only just bullies, evil bullies. There were 3 of them. "Hey, back off, Jack," yelled Kyle. "Ain't no way you're running away from me," grinned the leader of the bullies. Nico. "Yeah," agreed with the other bully. Storm. "We'll tear you apart," replied the third bully, Darts. "Hell no," Kyle bites the leader's hand and zooms off into the trees. "Get him, boys." All 3 of them started chasing Kyle. Until then, Nico stopped and reached for his pocket. He's got a pocket knife. He flips it to the way he wants it and throws the knife at Kyle's back. He growled with pain. His back bled to death. All 3 of them pinned up on a tree. "I'm done with your stupid games." Kyle eases out his words. "Stupid games?" Nico laughs. "You're the stupid one. And just to be clear, I'm killing you." Nico and Darts held him up still. Then Storms grabs a pocket knife from the ground that Nico dropped and started stabbing him in the heart 40 times. The bullies cheered and took their shirts off and cleaned themselves up. On their way out, a teacher watched them go. "Boys, what are you doing in there?" We were, carving trees, Mrs. G, Darts lied. Go to detention now. Yes, ma'am, they all replied nervously. When Mrs. G didn't believe them, she walked in the trees. She saw Kyle dead. She screamed in horror. Meanwhile, after the memorial was over, Kyle was in an abandoned house behind the cemetery. His only room in the house was very clean, but he wasn't. He silently walked over by the gates and started carving his whole mouth open, even his teeth. Blood was dripping everywhere. He made his plastic knife sharp as a regular knife. As he looked towards the gravestones, his face was a smile, a carved one. His grave was someone's only clue. That is, if someone goes into the graveyard, especially at nighttime, he carves an HC symbol, which stands for Haunt Creeper. He put on his black, fingerless gloves to hide the symbol for his true meaning of his power. He puts on his brown, spitting werewolf mask and stares deadly at the graves below. That was a good little intro to your haunt. It kind of reminds me of like the Jeff the Killer original story, especially where he cuts his mouth. I'm sorry, but the fingerless gloves just remind me of Jaden from Jaden's videos. But I'm sorry, that was good. And I know you put gore warning, but it wasn't that bad. I think you're okay. You're okay. All right, let's keep going. We're going. Sorry, I'm drinking a lot of water, but when you talk, it takes a lot out of your. Also, I'll say this right here in front of me. I have a huge stockpile of Reese's, which, if you didn't know, is my favorite candy. Favorite Halloween candy. Really just favorite candy in general. I still have my candle. It's not lit, but it sure smells good. All right, up next is Devin Schnezzel's, I hope I pronounced your name right, story called Halloween Town, which is also a Disney movie. Halloween. One of the spookiest times of the year. But this year, it's even spookier. Jimmy ate a big, fat, juicy burger from Buggy Juice Market. He started to feel a little woozy when he realized a trolley gummy worm shot out of his chest. The gummy worm started to dance around the Christmas tree. Wait, what? Why is there a Christmas tree? It isn't even Halloween yet. It's October 1st. Bah humbug, said St. Jack. The door swung open to the package delivery monster barfing up packages of cereal. Count Chocula, Boo Berry, Frankenberry. The monster stopped his supply of cereal and started squirming his way to the dancing gummy worm and said, trick or treat. Trick or treat. Now I get to eat your feet. Jimmy suddenly woke up, being in a hot, dimmer place with fire all around. He touched the fire to find it didn't burn him. A caped figure came flying on a vacuum towards him and swooped him. He found himself frightened that he was in a vacuum in midair with a stranger in a weird place. The caped figure introduced herself. Hi, I'm Witch. You're a witch, Jimmy asked. No, my name is Witch. I'm a trolley, silly. Now you will start to feel strangely, but that's just adapting to your new form. Form? Asked Jimmy. Yes, Jimmy. You were turning into a zombie. What now? You died once you ate that burger, and the worm shot out of you. Then, when the delivery ghoul ate the worm, you got a second chance at life. Except now you can only visit the Earth on Friday the 13th. You live in Halloween Town now. I don't know if that was supposed to be like goofy or what, but I actually enjoyed the story. I say goofy because literally he's like killed by a dancing gummy worm, a trolley gummy. But you got me because I actually love gummy worms. Regardless, entertaining story. Short, sweet, to the point. I like that it's, all centered around October, Halloween time. I didn't really get the whole talking about a Christmas tree, unless that's just supposed to be psyching me out, but good. Gummy worms can be terrifying. It would be a great way to die, Devin. Devin's right. I think we all should die by gummy worm. That's on my bucket list. Excellent job. So we're about halfway through the entries, just give or take. Up next is by Pill Raid Productions, Puzzle Pictures 2, which is Luke, called The Vile Ones. I like to study the lives of different people across the world. Every year I travel to a different continent for 3 months to study their culture. I have been to India, Africa, China, and a whole lot of other places. But this time, I wanted to try something new, something different, something unusual. So I decided on a mental hospital. I was an only child and never really had any friends, and my parents had been deceased. So I really had no one to spend my Christmas with. So I decided the holidays would be the perfect time to go down and study. I was only going to stay for 1 month, so my brain wouldn't turn into mush. I was going to start on December 1st. I got all the legal permission I needed. And now it cuts to December 1st, it says. I was heading down there in my truck at 6 a.m. It was an hour-and-a-half drive from my house, so I left a little early. Finally, I arrived at 7:45 and was greeted by one of the attendants outside. She smiled and shook my hand and brought me inside. It was very cold outside, and it was nice to be in a warm building again. There was a Christmas tree in the lobby and little decorations throughout the facility. I finally went into the main room where the patients were, most of them vegetables, or so I thought. I just sat down observing the patients all day, which would probably be boring for most people, but not me. Night came, and all of the patients went to bed, myself included. I woke up at about 2:30 a.m. due to a noise. Sounded like a few rooms away, but me being curious, I decided to check it out. It was creepy walking through at midnight, but I kept walking to where I thought the noise was. I heard another noise that sounded like someone gasping for air, so I quickly ran into the room I heard it from. I opened the door to see one of the hospital's custodians hung up with a rope and bag around his head. I screamed and turned around to a patient with only underwear on. He looked at me with a blank face. I heard something else behind me, and another. I turned around to find 3 more patients standing behind me. They were all smiling and never spoke a word. A sharp pain sliced through my back, and I heard laughing. That's all I remember. I woke up in chains around my feet in a white room. Was I crazy? Had I been framed? I felt my back and didn't find anything. Is this a dream? I said. Today, I'm still here. Whenever I ask anybody what's going on, they never answer. Luke, that was a good story. At the end, he says I would have made the story better, but I had to keep it short. You kept it short, and you delivered a really interesting. It was slightly confusing, but I get why, because you wanted to kind of make the audience in a daze like, is this guy actually telling the truth? Because some of his story didn't really line up. So maybe he was a crazy guy the whole time. I don't know, but that was a really good story. Good job, Luke. Man, you guys have some good stories. Let's keep going so we can hit all of them. Because right now we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know how many. We're about halfway done. But good job, Luke. Excellent story. Up next is by Ghost Rider Cash. Thank you, Cash, for submitting. Tom was always a nice, quiet kid, never being disruptive in class and always paying close attention. All his teachers loved him, and all his classmates never seemed to have an issue with him. Several months ago, into his freshman year of high school, however, he started to act differently. He started to be disruptive in class, make jokes constantly, and become so unbearable that even the most immature kids in his classes started to hate him. Out of nowhere, he became the exact opposite of his former self. He started acting this way after he got a mild stomach ache. His mom was originally going to take him to the doctor, but never got around to it due to his unbearable behavior. The more his stomach aches continued, the worse he acted. Soon, everyone started calling him the class clown. Not a class clown, the class clown. He had gotten so annoying that one day one of the bigger kids grew sick of his antics and punched him straight into his stomach. It wasn't a hard punch, but due to his stomach aches, Tom had to be sent home due to the pain. Tom's mom tried to help and care for him while he was in his time of need. A few minutes later, Tom felt like he was going to puke. He crawled out of bed and into the bathroom. He tried to puke, but couldn't. He wanted to puke and felt like he was going to, but it wouldn't come out. He looked at himself in the mirror. He was miserable, but couldn't stop laughing and making jokes. He started to laugh. Soon the laugh grew louder and louder and louder. Then suddenly, it turned into a blood-curdling scream. Unblinking, he stared at his reflection while screaming. He started to puke, but didn't stop screaming. Puke poured out of his mouth while his screaming continued. Then suddenly, a large white hand popped right out of his mouth. As Tom realized he wasn't the one screaming, a white face with a cartoony gaping mouth appeared in the back of his throat. As Tom felt his entire mouth rip apart, he fell onto his back and listened to the laughter. That was creepy. It says a cartoony gaping mouth. I don't know, is there like a cartoon in his stomach that was calling? Oh, he was. I get it. I get it now. It was a funny cartoon guy living inside his stomach, making him laugh, and then it just came out of him. That might have been the most original one so far. It's weird because this one's about a guy puking looking into the mirror, and earlier we had a story of a guy puking looking into the mirror. And we had 2 dog stories. We had a few with Christmas incorporated in them. Really weird. And there were no rules about any of this. So very fascinating. I love it. I think this one is really, really clever. Oh! Not a class clown, the class clown. Was a clown in his stomach? That is really smart, Ghost Rider Cash. Dang, that is a good story. I get it. That story was originally going to be in an anthology horror comic I was hoping to make one day. I think you should make your comic, dude. Make that comic book. I myself want to make an anthology horror book and eventually a movie, but you know, comics are a really great medium to do horror stories, like the old EC comics. I think you got a great story going, dude. That was great. Good job. Up next is Howl Haunter. Yeah, Creep Show. You're right. That's what Horror Illusions just said. This is by Howl Haunter. It happened again. On a dark night in Naples, Florida, Smiling Sam struck. The victims were found at the junkyard where he is said to live. The abominable creature who wore black striped pants, a jacket with purple polka dots, green hair, and most menacing of all, a blank face with only 2 slits for nostrils and a roughly drawn-on face with a black marker with ink dripping from the eyes and the mouth. He had built-in weapons on his hands because he didn't have hands at all, just 2 big sharp metal hooks he is said to use to finish off his victims. It's rumored that if you find an old jack-in-the-box in the junkyard and turn the crank until the doll pops out, your days are numbered until the heartless clown hunts you down. He can smell you and is probably watching you right now. So the next time you play around with something you think is junk, be careful because it just might come back to haunt you. And then he says, Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you, How Haunter. That was a good story. You know what that is? That's like a great introduction to a character. Like, you really designed like an urban legend, essentially, right now. That is dope. Good job. I like your description. Sorry, I'm pouring water into my bottle. That was really good. I like it. I'd like to see more stories about Smiling Sam and like what happens to maybe people who meet him. That would be a cool idea. Thomas says, you kind of look like Buzz from Home Alone. No offense. No offense taken. I do look like Buzz from Home Alone. I'm not going to lie. Actually, this is kind of side tangent before we get to the next story. I posted a picture of me next to Buzz. Like, I put our picture side by side and I posted it to Facebook. Facebook tagged Buzz as me. What? I know. Yeah, gotta love it. We still have 61 of you watching. Thank you, guys. This is dope. I hope you guys are having fun. I'm having fun looking at all these stories. They are most certainly creepy. I don't know what that was. Wait, I lost track. I keep losing track. I think next up is ES. Evan, which is E Coop's videos. Go check out E Coop. I think he's in the chat. Is he not watching? I don't know. This is called The Shadow Demon. Logan was a boy who was about 12 years old when he moved into a small neighborhood in Pennsylvania. His house was very aged and worn down, but yet his parents loved it. After it got dark, his parents needed to go out of town to get a few tools to fix the house. The nearest store that was open that late took a long time to get there. The parents left and Logan went upstairs to explore the new house. As he was looking at his new room, it started to downpour. The thunder roared outside as the rain got louder and louder. He heard a knock coming from the front door. He was too afraid to answer it, so he stayed upstairs. He heard another knock and another, until he realized the knocks were coming from inside his house. His body started to tremble and his knees grew weak. The house started to rumble and a coldness filled the room. There was a huge explosion of fire, and the dark shadow appeared and said, "Come with me to the gates of hell and mourn there for all eternity." Logan ran for his life. He got out of that house and went down the street. He saw a glow in the distance. It was a car, but not any car. It was his parents' car. He rejoiced, but something wasn't right. The car was off the side of the road with no lights on. As he got to the car, he gave out a loud shriek. The car was a gory mess. His parents were slaughtered and smeared all over the car. He fell to the ground in sorrow. There was no time to feel sorry about his parents because just then, the dark shadow appeared. Logan ran and ran, but could not escape the dark shadow. Logan ran into the woods, but tripped on a twig and fell. The dark shadow revealed his face, and can only be described as an endless void into eternal darkness. The dark shadow said, "I am the thing that follows you around at night. I am the thing that watches you sleep. I am the thing in the corner of your eye when you are in bed. I am the shadow demon." The shadow demon sucked out Logan's soul, and his body became ash and just blew away with the wind that tragic night. That was very creepy. Really well done, Evan. I like how you set up this character of the shadow demon, and you gave Logan a nice little story to catch us up to speed about him and his parents. And he actually, like, the demon kind of foreshadowed his parents' death when he said that you're going to be mourning at the gates of hell. Really well done. really good story. I am, again, very impressed with these stories. I think some of you guys have a real creative mind. And I respect that. That's awesome. Up next is by Kara. I can never pronounce your last name too. Demarest. Kara Demarest. It's just called The Experiment. There was once a mad scientist doctor. He was known as Dr. S. He loved to create extreme experiments. Dr. S would lure his victims into his house for dinner. Only this was no ordinary dinner. He made his victims drink a special drink to make them aware of what was going on, but could never move. Once under the control of Dr. S, then began the experiments. He wanted to fuse rats with humans. Dr. S would cut various body parts off of the people while they were awake, but still under the potion. He would bring them down to a special building. This building looked like your average American home on the outside, but on the inside is where he would do the experiments. Using a scalping knife, Dr. S would start the cutting, enjoying the agony and screaming of the victims. He enjoyed the screams, so much so that he would prolong his experiments just to make the victims in agony a lot longer. After the cut of different kinds of body parts, he would sew on various rat body parts onto the humans. Some humans would have the head of a rat, others the arms and hands of rats too. When the rats were in short supply, Dr. S would use animals of crows, wolves, and other animals. When the creations were finished, Dr. S would set them all at his dinner table and have a truly horrifying dinner with all of his science experiment victims. That mad scientist's true name was Dr. Spasm. Kara, that was perhaps the grossest story out of this list. It's a real body horror story in the sense of you describing these people being ripped apart and put back in monstrous ways. Really, really well done. Very creepy. Dr. Spasm. Dark. Very dark story. It looks like we have someone who is spamming in the chat. I apologize. Let's just keep it chill in the chat. I know that the election's coming up. People want to get political. But to be frank, this is a Halloween channel. And I don't mind talking politics, but not here on hauntformer. This is Halloween, dang it! Keep the election, keep Christmas away from Halloween. Keep it scary. Although I guess, elections can be scary. Okay, up next. Really good job, Kara. Up next is X Dealin Ratsegg. Keelan. Thank you, Keelan. This one's called Halloween Collector. This feeling I was having was hard to describe. I was trying to run, but I was super light, and I lifted off the ground a bit as I ran. I woke up, thankful it was a dream. There is silence, just white noise. No distractions. Bright light in the windows. Nothing. I opened the curtain and light flooded into the room that I had just cleaned yesterday to make more room for my new hobby. Collecting Halloween decorations. Oh, I wonder who does that. I had developed a fascination for them over the past few months and wanted to get more of them. I only had a few at the time. I slowly got out of bed and went downstairs to eat breakfast. I was eating a bowl of cereal when I suddenly had to use the restroom. I decided that if I was quick enough, I could be done before my cereal got soggy. I ran upstairs and into the bathroom. I was done soon after. As I left, I caught a glimpse of a shadow in my room. I thought it was odd, and I turned to look at it. There, standing in the middle of the room, where I could see it, was a dark figure. I felt the sharp feeling of fear wash over my chest. I looked at the figure. It was a skeleton in a robe. I was relieved it was just a Halloween prop I had gotten from a garage sale recently. The people there were sketchy, but it was incredibly cheap, so I couldn't resist. Some of the fear went away, but it still lingered for a bit, never leaving. I went back downstairs and continued to eat my breakfast. I was almost done when I had an epiphany. I put that prop away yesterday. My spoon fell into the bowl, splashing milk onto the table. I didn't care. My body was stiff, and the feeling of fear came again, stronger this time. I looked around, more anxious than ever, waiting for the thing to appear again and do something to me. My heart was beating faster and faster. I looked around everywhere, seeing out of the corner of my eye. There is nothing on the chair by the table. The sunlight shines beautifully through the windows. It's a lovely day out. There is silence, just white noise. No distractions. Bright light in the windows. Truly nothing. That was called Halloween Collector. Keelan, that was a really good story. When it was revealed that he put that Halloween decoration away, good twist. It really reminded me of the story of the clown statue, where the babysitter's like, "Oh, you guys, can I cover up the clown statue in your bedroom?" And they're like, "We don't have a clown statue." Great little bait and switch. I liked it. Good, creepy little story. And you said it went just up to 400 words. That's awesome. That's using the resources. Do you think that's your favorite one so far, Thomas? Cool. All right, now we're on to Griffin's story. Let's see what Griffin has to say. This is GM Haunts, and it's called Immersive. Sal never wanted to attend Hell's Corner haunted attraction, I'm sorry. Actually, he didn't want to attend any haunted houses. They weren't his thing. Sal wasn't afraid of actors in masks. The fake blood chainsaws bodies and screaming bored him. Sal enjoyed the more hardcore side of haunted houses. The attractions where actors could touch you. The attractions where actors would grab your hair and shriek a maniacal laugh. That was Sal's preference. Hell's Corner haunted attraction was the biggest in Sal's area. Everyone knew about it. On Halloween, lines would go for hundreds of feet. Everyone loved the attraction. As the Halloween season grew nearer, word in the neighborhood began to spread. People wanted to know what Hell's Corner had in store for that year. Weeks passed. Halloween got closer, and the crew didn't say anything. People wondered if the attraction would still be opening. Did they go out of business? 1 week before Halloween Day, Hell's Corner made an announcement. They would be implementing the Haunt 3D glasses in all of their displays for the upcoming season. The glasses were a state-of-the-art technology. When worn, everything becomes darker and became less in focus. The glasses made it look like you were living in a nightmare. Hell's Corner called it the most immersive experience yet. This is what brought Sal in. This technology was why Sal was in for the scariest night of his life. He had to get in first. Sal was so excited he arrived 2 hours early to ensure that he could get in. The spectacle was around him. The actors, the displays, the screaming. Sal was taking it all in. He turned his head, and there was an employee walking down the aisle, handing out Haunt 3D glasses. Sal reached out, his hand out, and collected the pair. "Wait," the employee yelled through the crowd. "The glasses can only be put on when you enter the show. They're dangerous when worn out here." When it was his turn, an employee flagged Sal down and a few others. They started walking towards the funhouse display. Sal put the glasses on. Everything around him was so dark. Fog surrounded him. A clown came up to him. The makeup looked great. The clown honked a horn. Sal laughed. The actor took out something. Sal couldn't see. Sal screamed as he fell. The attraction needed one last body prop. You know, it reminds me of when I went to Scream Again in GM Haunts. Very creepy, and he wanted a good thrill, and I think he got what he wanted. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like fun to me, getting stabbed by a clown in a haunted house. No, that sounds terrifying. Good job. Good story. Very creepy indeed. Immersive. I like the name. That was good. That was an awesome story. These stories, so far, all of these stories have been interesting. I have liked all of these. So this is a hard one. So far, there is one in my mind that stands out as my favorite. But that could change because we still have several more to go. I hope you're enjoying yourself. We're an hour and 21 minutes into the stream. Give yourself a nice stretch break. Ooh, what time is it, by the way? It is 10:41. And think about this. In just about an hour, we will be one day away from Halloween. That's dope! Okay, let's read the story. This is by the real _BIGN006_101, aka Ezra Morno. Thank you, Ezra. Today I got my job at Disney. An unfortunate one, at that I had the job of cleaning the animatronics. That may not sound bad at first, but the thing was, I've had a fear of machines underwater since I was 11. Oh, submechanophobia. I was getting ready to clean the sea serpent. Oh, no. Ezra, why? I was getting ready to clean the sea serpent from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Once I got down in the water, I was told that it would be completely turned off, and it was, for a minute, until I reached for a cord, and it suddenly turned on. I was scared at first, but I reached for the wrench and tried to disable it, but to no avail. To this day, I hope it was only a trick, but I worry the truth to this very day. Ezra clearly knows. He clearly has watched my Nightmare Fuel episode on the 20,000 Leagues robot because that thing scares me. I don't like it. I don't like the 20,000 Leagues Sea Serpent. Good job, Ezra, for bringing that to my attention with your creepy story. Good job. And that was called The Haunted Seas, by the way. Up next is a story by Showbiz Nebraska, which I'm assuming is supposed to be like Showbiz Pizza. Captain's Log, Week 1. Well, it's official. Me and my crew set sail for America this week. We will be making a new English settlement along the shores, and we will be searching for the goods we need to make profit. I'm not sure exactly what to expect, but I'm sure excited. Hopefully, I will remember to keep this updated. It depends on how much I have to do. Captain's Log, Week 2. Things have been okay. We have a couple people suffer from sickness, but overall things seem to be going pretty well. Rations are being used at a steady rate, and no one has passed yet. Captain's Log, Week 3. Things have really gone downhill since last week. 2 crewmates have passed due to infection. Rations are running low. I could use a miracle right now. Captain's Log, Week 4. We made it. I'm so happy right now. Me and the crew are building some houses as I speak. I truly am so lucky to be creating history here today. The Indians are quite friendly as well. We made contact the second day after we arrived. They were willing to trade with us and teach us the ways. Such nice people. Captain's Log, Week 5. Things are getting a bit strange. At night, we hear the Indians screaming and chanting. At first, we thought they were just practicing their religion or something like that. But several of my crew have gone missing. And now we believe that the Indians are taking them to use as some sort of human sacrifice for a ritual or something. I'm going over there tomorrow night to see what's going on. Captain's Log, Week 6. I am terrified of this place. The Indians wouldn't let me anywhere near their village, and more people keep disappearing. Something bad is happening. I can feel it. Captain's Log, Week 7. I was right about something bad happening. Everything seemed fine at first. The story was that some of the crewmates just want to see the village and see what Indian life was like. They have changed, though. They seem less social and more aggressive towards people trying to talk to them. They seem almost secretive. I'm going to the village today with some defense to see what's really going on. And then after that, there's like a text that's not even in English. I can try to translate it, but I'm assuming something good did not happen to the captain. Let's see if I can translate. Good story. Good creepy story. Has a good build up, and you don't quite know what's happening. It reminds me of a story that I narrated a few weeks back called Stone Villages. Oh, it does. It translates from Russian, actually. We took their form. Now we take yours. I like it. Creepy. I guess my only question, Showbiz, would be why that is in Russian, but they went to go see the Native Americans. But maybe that's because something that I'm not picking up on. I like it. Good story. Very creepy. Yeah, Nuggets likes that one. That's good. DiCaprion boy just says snap into a Slim Jim. Snap into a Slim Jim, brother. Sure. Yeah, snap into a Slim Jim. Up next, we are reading Evil Pumpkin. Evil Pumpkin story, Funland. Interesting. Funland was my favorite TV show as a kid. The show mainly consisted of 3 characters: Jimbo, the wild card turtle, Johnny, the nervous scared rabbit, and Fun himself. Fun wasn't really an animal, more of a humanoid bear. He always kind of frightened me as a child, but nonetheless, he was usually the fun, sweet one on the show. The show was also kind of poorly drawn. I do distinctly remember one episode where Fun had a breakdown, and the audience had no idea why. The whole 12-minute episode consisted of Fun having a breakdown as Jimbo and Johnny tried to comfort him. The episode only ended with Jimbo saying, "Come on, it's not that bad." Then Fun said, "That's it," and the episode ended. The show was kind of weird like that. Sometimes it would be funny, sometimes it would be weird and confusing, but not in a funny way. Out of the blue, I remembered it one day about a year ago, so I looked it up. All that came up was an old Russian amusement park. So I went to my attic to look for the old VHS, nowhere to be found. All I found was an old stuffed animal of Fun that I had. "That's it" was written on it in blood. Evil Pumpkin. Very creepy story. It reminds me of the creepypasta Candle Cove, which is one of the greatest creepypastas. So I respect you contributing to the world of lost media for your inspiration. And it looks like they also attach some images of the Fun characters. I like that you actually designed these characters and kind of gave them life. That's really good. Very creepy, too. Yeah, that was a good story. Yeah, Candle Cove is very creepy indeed. There was actually a show that was like based off of Candle Cove called Channel Zero. That was Candle Cove was season 1. They do creepypastas every year. Very good. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more. Keep in your thoughts which ones are your favorite, and then make sure to list those. Yeah, Channel 56 is pretty good too. Yeah, good one. Up next is JB Haunts. It's called Blue Blackout. The font's small, so I'm getting closer to read it. I woke up to total darkness. The power went out. Why did this have to happen the only nights my parents weren't home? No matter. I began searching for my phone. Something didn't feel right, though. There was no rain, no wind, no noise at all. Then crash, the front door. My heart was long gone. I was confused and scared. Why me? Why today? I heard the floorboards creak down the hallway. They're coming. Wait. It's coming. There was something off about the footsteps. They had a slimy sound to them. I ran into my closet and huddled in the corner. The bedroom door creaks open. I don't even hear footsteps now. Just gross, snake-like, slithering noises. I peek through the crack on the door. I could barely see anything, but my eyes began to adjust. Then a blinding light. I wipe my eyes. Another flash. This time I see more. This thing. It was flashing blue. It was a different kind of light, more like a natural light. Then a third flash. I saw a face. Well, kinda. There were what looked like eyes, but that was it. The rest was just a blue slimy blob on top of another blob. Its body. As I moved towards the door, I got a better perspective of this thing. It must be at least 7 feet tall. It could smell me. It was coming for me. I take a deep breath. The door opens. This was the end. I almost wish it was. I didn't want to know what was going to happen next. I wanted to run out of the theater, but I couldn't. This was real life. It stretched towards me. I'm silent. Suddenly, time speeds up. An ear-piercing screech. Slime covers my throat. I can't breathe. I gasp for air. There is none. It lifts me up. I can't think, can't scream, nothing. My eyesight got blurry. Then I woke up. I must have passed out. I felt like I was in a coffin. I get that weird feeling in my stomach that you get on a roller coaster. Loud jet-like noises burst through the ringing in my ear. I'm flying. I reach for my phone. It's in my pocket. I must have grabbed it. I begin writing my last story. A warning. A wish of good luck. You'll need it. JB, that was perhaps the most odd of all the stories. Not bad, but I mean, it was confusing. And I think that was your intent, to have it very jarring. And I really liked that. I'm definitely going to have to think about that one. That was a really creepy story. I like how it's left to, the reader to figure out what's actually happening. Really good. Really good. That was JB Haunts. We're getting down to the wire, folks. The last few. This one's called Mind Escape by Horror Illusions. And if you guys got to leave, it's all cool. I thank you for all 50 of you still watching. It is 10:53. We are going to continue with the last several stories. During July of 2020, as if the year wasn't chaotic enough, a new form of sentencing criminals was introduced. This new form of punishment would only be offered to those who were sentenced to anything less than a 20-year in prison sentence. If the criminal had chosen to face this new death sentence, they would be taken to a room to fill out basic questions about their personal lives and what they want to be remembered for the most. They would then be walked down to another room. This time, the room would contain a small chair, But more importantly, there was a familiar-looking device that would hang over the chair. This device looked a lot like any VR headset, but it was far more complicated. I'll get to that later. The prisoner would then be required to sit down in the chair as the guards strapped the device around the prisoner's head, making sure that the device completely covered the prisoner's eyes. The device would finally be ready to release its malicious intents upon the entire nation. Once the device was powered, it was originally supposed to erase the memories that may have caused the crime of the criminal that the criminal had committed. Using different settings or situations, the memories would then be replaced, and the prisoner would be set free. Of course, this was all a facade, and what really ended up happening was far more twisted. Once the device was secured around the prisoner's eyes, a sequence of horrifying illusions would begin. As the visions themselves remain unknown, the symptoms were all the same. The device was made to clear out all the memories that the prisoner had and would replace the prisoner's memories with basic information on who they were, but more importantly, would give them only one task. The task sounded quite simple. It would require the now manipulated host to secretly attach microchips to as many citizens possible. The microchips were a lot like a device that manipulated the prisoners, except the microchips were much easier to escape from being manipulated. The other option was to kill, and this was a more gruesome option. It was better than being paralyzed by the microchips. Once the task was completed, the now manipulated host would then be killed. This resulted in a horrifying cycle that would repeat until the population is eliminated. Nearly 4 months into this new apocalypse had begun, I still will wonder and ponder sometimes on if this was all really happening, like a delusion in my mind. Only time can tell. That was a good dystopian future horror story. I really like that one. And what you managed to do with this, the premise alone about the new form of punishment, really creepy, and how basically they use these prisoners to invoke terror into society. That's a really creepy idea. Really well done, Horror Illusions. I'm very impressed. All of these stories are really good. This is gonna be hard to pick a winner. Yeah, what do you guys thinking of these stories so far? Up, down, mid range, really good. I'm very impressed. These are good quality stories. But we're getting down to the wire now, kids. Absolutely, Horror Illusions. I really like your story. I would have to say that one probably is in my top 5 so far. So far, I'll just tell you my 3 favorites so far. Probably Horror Illusions. Yours is up there. I really like the one about the spirit turning into the dog. That was a really good one. Tricks for Treats. And I really like the one about the clown coming out of the guy's mouth. I thought all 3 of those were fantastic. So far, I mean, really, all of these have been fantastic. I shouldn't just say those, but those are the ones that I'm thinking about the most, just so you know. Do you know Jaden's videos? What's the difference between Joe Bean's videos and Jaden's videos? I actually know Jaden personally. He lives not too far from me. I guess the difference is Joe Bean's videos, Jordan, who I have talked to online as well. Jordan is like a collector. And Jaden kind of puts on more of a haunt in his garage, whereas Jordan kind of has his collection of decorations. I guess that's the easiest way to compare and contrast the two. Both really cool guys. All right, we're getting down to the wire now. Now we're on to Andrew Hawks. Beep, beep. Sounds like a particular clown. I was driving home from a Halloween party when I realized I had drank too much. Don't drink and drive, kids. And don't drink if you're a kid. not wanting to stop on this desolate road, but my bladder wouldn't wait. I pulled off the road, with ominous woods surrounding me. I awkwardly walked towards the trees. Unnerved by the isolation, I quickly unzipped. Suddenly, I heard a squeaky beep beep coming from behind me. I slowly turned to see a tall, gangly man wearing a torn t-shirt and dirty jeans, holding an old bike horn. What scared me the most was the cheap plastic clown mask he wore as he stood between me and my car. "Hello?" I meekly said. Without a word, he sprinted towards me, squeaking the horn with a beep beep with every step. I yelled as I ran while trying to zip up my pants. I stumbled blindly. I can't read. I stumbled blindly into the woods, a terrifying beep beep behind me. I looked back to see him gaining on me, the beep beep growing louder and louder as he came closer and closer. I could almost feel his hand brush against my neck as I unexpectedly fell down a ravine. I rolled to a stop, dazed as I looked around, seeing the clown looking down the ravine at me before he disappeared from my sight. I struggled to climb up the ravine before sliding back down. I looked around for a way up as I heard the unmistakable beep beep from the darkness of the ravine. I screamed as the clown appeared, but now I could see the distinctive outline of a knife in his hand. With a rush of fear and adrenaline, I reached up, grasping a clump of roots, and with strength I never knew I possessed, I pulled myself up. I screamed again as I could feel the clown grab my foot. Luckily for me, my shoe came off. As he pulled, I scampered up the ravine and back to my car. I hit the lights as he appeared from the woods. He cocked his head to the side and gently waved at me before disappearing back into the woods. I immediately reported everything to the police. They searched but didn't find the clown. They didn't find signs of a struggle and the body of a man with fresh stab wounds. I believe I had interrupted the clown as he killed the man, and he was going to kill me next. Andrew, beep beep, very good story. It reminds me of a mix between Halloween and It, in terms of the clown and in terms of the guy with the mask, but it was done in a really good way, and managing to pull off that amount of tension in a really short story like that is very good. Really good job. Beep beep indeed. Where are we at now? We are at, that was beep beep. All right, now we're on to Prince of Darkness, Adventure Industries. This is called The Curse. Here we go. Young fools rarely listen to the old. Old age brings awareness, an uncanny yet improbable phenomenon. Until it is experienced, how can anyone believe a story could be witchcraft? H.P. Lovecraft's Necronomicon and Robert Chambers' play The King in Yellow were said to be curse tales that drove men simply mad by reading them. An example of a curse story is the tale of a young man named Ben. Voluminous books were regularly consumed by young Ben, an avid reader. Every day Ben went to the library to read, but the wise old librarian kept a certain book inaccessible, locked away in a case behind the counter. Ben's curiosity got the better of him, and one day he shattered the glass case and stole the secret book. Eagerly, he read the book that did not belong to him. Eagerly, he read the tale, much like you read this tale. Now, young Ben is 6 feet underground. Curses are not something with which to trifle. Understand that this is told to you for your own good and edification. Remember what happened to young Ben and know it is happening again. Stories have a way of working their way into one's mind subtly, subconsciously. Even if this is true, what does it matter to you? Do yourself a favor and read only the first letter from each sentence in the story. You have been cursed. That was really good. I like how the story is about, how stories can be cursed, and then at the end, this story is literally cursed. That was a good idea. And besides that, the story itself was creepy. Really good job, Adventure Industries. I like that one. Yeah, it broke the fourth wall. Literally, wall broke in this stream. That's a good job. Up next is Ben Jacoby, the good boy, with his story Snow Day. I was born and raised in New England, but when it was time to find work and start a family, I decided I wanted to settle down somewhere a little milder. I eventually ended up in a quaint little town in southern Georgia where my now wife and I bought a house in a shady neighborhood full of other young families. 8 years and 2 kids later, I still enjoyed the laid-back security of my family-focused community. Having grown up in New England, I'm no stranger to brutally cold winters. However, I reluctantly admit that my years in the South have made me soft, and now I need a jacket if it drops below 60. That being said, I was doing a lot better than most during this year's abnormally cold winter. We had several days in the lower 40s, and there were even rumors of potential snow. Even though I prefer the mild temperatures, a part of me missed the serenity of freshly fallen snow. As we got closer to the day many of the townsfolk were treating like an apocalypse, our chances of witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime event in our small Georgia town were looking pretty good. The morning after what locals were calling the big snowstorm, I felt like a kid again. As soon as I awoke, I ran to the window to see if the predictions rang true. They did. Overnight, the heavens opened and dumped a massive half-inch of fresh powder onto our southern paradise. The city's infrastructure was not prepared for this phenomenon, and my wife and I were excused from work and the kids from school. I decided to take my boys outside and teach them the wintertime activities I had learned as a kid. My kids and I ventured out into the frozen landscape, and I paused to appreciate a perspective of my neighborhood I never thought I would be able to see. As I watched my boys try to form snowballs out of the measly dusting, my eyes drifted to a disturbed patch of snow by my house. There was what appeared to be a set of footprints in the area of my yard that my sons had not managed to tear up yet. As I approached, I could see that the footsteps led towards my house from the forest at the edge of my yard. Confused by unfamiliar tracks, I looked up and my blood went cold when I realized where they stopped. The nondescript boot prints stopped just a few feet away from the window to the room where my youngest son slept. We live in a safe neighborhood, so we never lock his window or close his curtains. Fear slowly gripped my body, realizing a stranger had stood outside and watched my son sleep last night. But since this was our first snowfall, there was no way of knowing how many times the stranger had been here before. Whoa. Oh, dang, that was creepy, dude. Oh my gosh. Okay. That was the best written one so far. I mean, you can't, like, I've been trying to narrate them all with the same level of intensity, but that one is just the best formatted and has the best punctuation and all the little grammatical stuff. That literally, yeah, that sent a shiver down my spine. That was definitely one of the best. Snow Day. It was so simple, too. Like, I'm like, this seems like a cute little nice, he got to move and see the snow with his family. And then, dang, Ben, you dropped the hammer on us. Good job. So yeah, be cautious because you never know who's lurking outside your house. That was really creepy. All right, up next is by Tracy LaPointe. called Amelia. And also, Timothy, I would recommend turning on music in your room because I'm not going to like have it echo in case this glitches at all. But yeah, you can turn on music as you listen. Amelia. It all began when Amelia was walking with her mom on the side of a cliff. It was Friday the 13th. Amelia and her mom lived in Spirit Town. Amelia was skipping along the path when she saw a deep, dark forest. Amelia told her mom, "I'm going to play in that forest, okay, Mom?" Her mom replied, "Okay, Amelia, but be very careful because I don't want you to get hurt." Amelia had autism, so she didn't realize that forests could be dangerous, but she did have sensitive hearing. Amelia ran into the forest, laughing and skipping along. She was not aware of any danger. She was fearless. Suddenly, when she stopped to smell some beautiful flowers, she saw something out of the corner of her eye. A pair of red, glowing eyes. "Who's there?" Amelia called. Out of the forest stepped a tall man. He was wearing old, tattered clothes. His eyes gleamed at her, and he was holding a large, sharp knife. "Come here, little girl. What's your name? What are you doing in my forest?" the tall man asked, his long fingers gesturing for her to come forward. Amelia screamed. She was so scared she started to run away, jumping over rocks and logs. Just as she thought she was ahead of him, she tripped over a rock. She fell to the ground, and suddenly the man was hovering over her. Then the man pulled out a long blade and stabbed Amelia over and over in the stomach and chest. She died right there, under a beautiful tree, her blood staining the ground. The man was never seen again. Amelia's mom heard her screams and tried to find her little girl. She finally saw the beautiful tree and knew that's where Amelia would have run off to. When she got closer, there was her little girl, dead and cold. Amelia's mom sobbed when she saw the body. She could not believe her little girl was gone. They decided to bury Amelia under that same tree. That way, she would never be forgotten. It is said that on Friday the 13th, you can still hear Amelia wandering around the forest with the tall man ghost chasing her. If you ever hear her calling for help, you should never go to that tree because she will bite you and then you will become possessed. That was a very dark story, Tracy. And Friday the 13th is actually coming up in November, so I will be sure to not go to the woods on the side of a cliff and go to that tree because that would be very dark. And that was, yes, a very sad, very dark story. Very creepy. All right, we're down. I just noticed an email from Ben Jacoby, who made the snow day. He revised it to fit the word count, I guess. So I'm going to reread his. So I apologize, Ben. I had forgotten how much I miss snow. As soon as I was old enough, I escaped the brutal winters of my childhood home in New England to start my young family in southern Georgia. Now, as a grown man with 2 sons, I felt like a kid again, praying all week that the weatherman would be accurate for once, that this unusually cold weather would bless our subtropical suburb with snow for the first time in 60 years. The ominous icy winds racing through the neighborhood and the skeletal shelves of the supermarket made the prospect of this freak event seem more likely. The morning after the big snowstorm was about to hit, I was like a kid on Christmas. As soon as I awoke, I ran to the window to see if the predictions rang true, and boy did they. Overnight, the heavens had opened and dumped a massive half-inch of fresh powder on our southern paradise. The city's infrastructure was not prepared for this once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon, and my wife and I were excused from work and the kids from school. I decided to take my boys outside and teach them the wintertime activities I had learned as a child. The kids and I ventured out into the frozen landscape, and I paused to appreciate the perspective of my neighborhood I never thought I would be able to see. As I watched my boys try to form snowballs out of the measly dustling. My eyes drifted to an imperfect patch of snow by my house. Walking over to investigate, I discovered the disturbance was a trail of footprints that led. Okay, so the rest of it is basically the same as the first draft, where the guy's looking through the window and you don't know how long he was there. That was a good revision to fit the word count. I like your original, obviously, because you had more time to expand it, but still really good. I will count both of them because it wasn't that long. Also, somebody asked how many more. There are 2 more, I believe. Yeah, there are 2 more. So we're almost done. And yes, Anaya, I read your story, and Pill Raid Productions, I also read yours. So when this stream is over, you can go back and reread, and you can, rewatch and see me narrating the story if you so desire. Actually, it's funny that MJR Halloween, you commented, can't wait for mine, because yours is the next one. So look at that. This one's called Pray, but not pray like, well, pray like pray, by MJR Halloween. The crackle of the fire drowned out the screams of men as we sat around the fire, having the feeling of being stalked, only to be found days later. Viet Cong and Americans alike, bodies mutilated beyond recognition, blood, guts, and intestines scattered, limbs of soldiers littered the trees. A frozen look of horror on the faces of the dead. Only when looking closer, a soldier had spotted what seemed to be steam of a strange dark liquid, in which, out of curiosity, he followed the stream, leading to a puddle. We started approaching, but then the horror set in. Dripping from wooden stakes, the decapitated heads of the enemy Viet Cong, with the faces of sheer terror, impaled onto bamboo stakes. As if a warning to any and all who roam the jungles of Vietnam without consequence. The next night was one of horror. A flash of gunfire coming from the distance. As we returned fire aimlessly into the trees, being consumed by the darkness around us. The gunfire had stopped, only to be matched with the chilling howls and screams of the men captured. We decided to investigate. To our horror, the men were being slaughtered by creatures, that of deformed apes, with spiraling rows of teeth on their muscular bodies, covered with hair, reeking with the stench of swamp water. The men putting up little to no resistance. The screaming only stopped when the man's head was ripped off. Many more Viet Cong lay lifeless, their bodies being tortured, killed for sport. As we moved slowly back to our campsite, we quickly realized something was wrong. There was no fire, only the light from the dying coals. Our campsite had been destroyed. The wounded lay dead, and the dead mutilated. Some still living, impaled by the tents they had pitched. It was soon present we were not alone. We were being hunted, picked off one by one, day by day. We were losing men left and right. With no communications, we were lost, cut off from the outside world. I would be the sole survivor of my platoon, being hunted until I was found by what had thought were soldiers, but were the monsters I had been hunted by. I am now in captivity writing this letter, my story to anyone who may find it, awaiting my brutal and agonizing execution. That was extremely well written, MJR Halloween. Pray. I really like that. It reminded me a little bit of Predator, but it was so weird, and I like how you incorporated it with the Viet Cong and the weird apes with the teeth. Like, that is odd imagery, and how you managed to word the structure of your sentences made it so I could picture it in my mind. Very dark. That one's definitely in my top 5 of the stories tonight. But there's so many really good ones. I really don't know what to say other than this is awesome. This is awesome. This is the final one. This is by Mitch. And after this one, I do have my story that I'm actually going to read for you guys. It's not very long, but I'm just going to read it because I wanted to throw my story into the ring. So here we go. And by the way, Mitch said, my cousin and I are both big fans of your content. I appreciate you and your cousin very much. Let's see. Here we go. I'm going to have to get closer because the text is rather small. Did you ever wonder what drove old man Lochran mad? Now you know that he wasn't the only reclusive, foul-smelling old man you see roaming the back alleys and dirty hollows of this city. From birth. In fact, he was once a very successful dentist in this town. That was many years ago, before you were even born. At that time, when the factories started springing up along poorly paved streets of this town, people began to go missing. Men who got factory jobs would be hard at work, healthy as a horse one day, and by the next morning, the only record of their existence was a birth certificate and a slot in the factory ledger. Their houses sat vacant, paint gradually peeling from their once comforting pastel exteriors. Those who remained in the town began to tell stories around their iron stoves in the evenings, when the whirring and gnashing of gears ceased in the large industrial whales lining the poorly paved streets. Stories began surfacing of a cottage towards the west end of the town, once that arrived around the same time as the factories came. Not one person knew who lived there, but every night the windows were ablaze with light. They believed that those healthy factory workers who vanished somehow ended up on that winding dirt road, leading to the cottage, either walking or being dragged. What waited there in that remote place, only God knew. Well, God and Mr. Lochran. You see, one night, a good friend and patient of Mr. Lochran's went missing. Lochran had just filled a cavity in the back left molar earlier that day. This fact aided him constantly, and eventually he gathered the nerve to walk that winding dirt road. The night he set out to that cottage in the west, dark clouds hung over the town, whirring with the smog of the factories, belching smokestacks. When Lochran reached the end of the path, he found the cottage ablaze with light. Peering through one of its front windows, he found it frosted over. Thunder rumbled in the black sky above. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his raincoat, he pulled the cottage door open. The first thing to hit him was the smell of iron, thick and choking in the air. The second thing he noticed was the horrible hailstorm battering the roof. The third was the sagging, gluttonous form of a woman sitting in the massive armchair before him. A mountain of sallow flesh, the creature's mouth connected to a large speaker on the adjacent wall via a large piece of tubing. The thing turned its diseased pig eyes to meet his. Some have said they heard the sound it made in that moment, and have described it as a mix between a caw of a crow and the revving of a chainsaw. Lochran turned and ran. Once out of the pounding hail, he took a moment to look around him. This did not look like hail. Reaching down to the old dirt path, he picked one piece up and held it in his hand. Indeed, it was not hail. It was a human tooth. A filled back left molar, to be exact. Oh, dang. That was really well written. That was extremely well written, Mitch. Wow, I'm impressed. Now we get to the difficult part, because I truly have some talented fans out there. If you are someone who submitted to the story, I just have to commend you on your really excellent writing. Myself being, a horror writer, I think some of you guys are honestly better writers than I am. And frankly, you should continue doing this. This is really good stuff. The good boy said, that's my cousin. That's awesome. You and your cousin rock. That story definitely had to be in my top 5. Before I crown the winners, I'm going to actually read my story because I just want to, and I'm going to because I wrote it specifically for this contest. I'm obviously not going to pick myself, and some of these stories I think are actually quite better than mine, but I'm going to read mine anyways. I do write horror stories, and I'm planning on releasing a book in the near future, so stay tuned for that. All right, so I'm going to read my story, and then we will declare the winners. My story is called Route 963 by me, Mac. Should you find yourself driving during the small hours of the morning, long before the sun shows its face, you should be advised to, at all costs, avoid Route 963. It has no home, so unfortunately, you can't avoid it simply by living in the right place. It just kind of pops up. It welcomes weary travelers who wouldn't call it a night and buy a room. If you see it, do not take it. Even if curiosity strikes up the thought, it's not worth it. If, for some reason, you make the wrong turn, well, you're screwed. Hope and pray you have enough gas to last you a while. You're going to need it. If you drive an electric, the same holds true for the vehicle's charge. You'll quickly begin to notice that Route 963 has no exits, nor pull-offs, nor rest stops, nor gas stations, nor anything. That is because Route 963 is different. Unlike your typical highways, Route 963 is not a means to an end, but rather an end itself. It has nowhere to take you except to take you. If it was playing previously, your radio will likely pick up a new frequency, a channel that plays loud music in an unfamiliar language. Feel free to turn it off, though it won't do you any good. It should be noted, at this point, you'll likely begin to panic. Do not stop your vehicle. Do not turn the vehicle around. Do not look in the rearview mirror. Should you do any of these, the results may vary. If you stop and attempt to go back the way you came, you will be met with a harsh realization. There is no way back. Attempt to drive into the blackness that follows you and let the spider wrap you in its web. That's exactly what Route 963 wanted in the first place. If you look into the rear view, you'll be met with one of two sights. You may see nothing but blackness. Keep driving. Eventually, it will find you. Or you may see a dim set of headlights following you. In the event that you do, keep driving. Just hope and pray you don't run out of gas. At least for a little while. And that was my story, Route 963. I hope you guys liked it. And now we, thank you. I got that story idea because I was driving home from my friend's Halloween party last Saturday, and I went into like this really obscure road. I'm like, what if this road just kept going? So yeah, thank you. But I'll be quite honest. I think some of your stories were way better than mine. Someone asked, when's your book going to be released? My book will be released. I was supposed to release it this Halloween, probably next Halloween, but I will make sure to give updates for you guys on the channel. But now we have to get down to the hard part, picking the best story. Fudge. This is hard, guys. This is really tough. You guys did not help. First of all, the last story that I just read, not mine, Mitch, your story was great with the teeth. That was so creepy. I mean, really good. The one about the Viet Cong was really amazing. I love the one where the dog was actually that spirit of the guy and he ate all the trick-or-treaters. I really like the one where the clown was in the man's throat. This is hard. First of all, I just got to say, if you don't win this, know that your story was probably incredible. It's just, it's like picking a gem out of a mine of gems. So it's just picking the one that I think is the best. And I have biases, of course, of what stories I like. Like, I really like the one with the microchips, the prison thing. That's right up my alley. I love that kind of sci-fi, futuristic, prison stuff. That was amazing. I really like, oh gosh, dang. The Funland one was really cool. All of these. Man. Even the one that was sad that we said, where the girl was stabbed, that was still creepy. That still sticks with me. Good luck to everybody. Yeah, you're right. I really, it takes you. Yeah, that was really good. I support the one who wins. Well, that means a lot. Okay, so I think I have a pretty good idea of my top ones. Man, this is hard. So again, I want to say sorry. I'm going to do another one of these because you guys clearly have the talent for it. You clearly have the chops. And I'll say this, and this might get me hated by some haunters and stuff. But no, I can't say that. I love every part of Halloween. I love watching horror movies. Look at my room. Horror movies everywhere. I love going to haunted houses. That's my name, hauntformer. I love that. But there's something about listening and reading scary stories that is such a vibe to me. That's one of my favorite things to do, is write and read scary stories. Especially short ones like this. It's just so fun. It really puts me in the mood. And I want to, you guys might agree with me. I want to shout out a channel right now. It didn't enter the contest. He probably doesn't even know I exist. But I just wanted to shout him out, and you might watch him. Hoodoo Hoodlum's Revenge. I watch him every year around Halloween time. He always is making narrations, and he has really cool, scary story stuff. So if you like this kind of stuff, check out his channel. Never really met the guy or anything. Just I appreciate good YouTubers, and he's among my favorite. So give him a whirl. But again, wow. Thank you to everybody who's watching. I mean, I got 50 of you guys. That's insane. Thank you to all of you. Mr. Nightmare is also really good, by the way. Mr. Nightmare, Blue Spooky, man, just, I mean, Mr. Creepypasta, all the, the Creepypasta people. All right, time to pick the winners. This is really hard. In third place, I got to find the name of the story because I'm going to get this right. Dang, this is hard. Where is it? Oh my gosh. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. In third place is going to go to Ghost Rider Cash's story about Tom. There's no name to it. I guess I'd call it Class Clown, where he was a normal kid, and then he starts making jokes and stuff, and he has a stomach ache, and then there's literally like a creature, like a clown or some sort of cartoonish character coming out of him. It was a really well done story. It really gripped my imagination. Cash, really well done story. I commend you. That one, at first when I was reading, that one was going to win, But then as I went on, there were a few more that I just was like, wow, very impressed. But this one, still amazing. This was really good. That's third. You get third place. Second place is going to go to Mitch. Mitch and his cousins may be watching. For his story called Zackenhaus, I think is that how you pronounce it? That's what the name of the thing called. Yeah. About old man Lochran and him being a dentist and the hail that was actually teeth, and just it was such a well-written story. Like the ending was really shocking, but the rest of it was so well done. Amazing story, really creepy. Yeah, I just really enjoyed it. And it's crazy that you guys watch my stuff, because today I get to be fans of you guys. And now finally, number one. And this is hard. This is very hard. But number one is going to go to Ben Jacoby for Snow Day, which is about a man who moves into the north where he's able to have snow. And, of course, he realizes someone has been watching his children. That is number one. And the reason I pick it is because, first of all, so well written and formatted, like, beautifully, like right out of a Stephen King novel. And it was crafted where I wasn't quite understanding what was going to happen, and then boom, hits you with that realization that makes the whole rest of the story creepy. This one will stick with me. Ben Jacoby, you win the prize. If you're watching this, go ahead and email me. If not, I'm going to shoot you an email regarding your story that won. Incredible work. But really, to all of you guys, I just got to say thank you for submitting. If you liked this, by the way, if you liked I did a horror film contest back in May over the summer. And then I did this contest for October. If you like these contests, let me know. I will certainly do more. And I feel like this was a nice way to kind of bring us all together right before Halloween. And, yeah. I mean, honestly, most of them could be honorable mentions. I mean, just most of them were really, really good. Especially the Lego City. I'm just kidding. Yeah, awesome work, you guys. I will be sure to do more contests. Absolutely. And you guys really got some talent. I'm very impressed with your talent. So here's the plan going into Halloween time. I have another Nightmare Fuel to upload. I have to edit and upload it. I also have a new Over Review, which is my series where I talk about a horror franchise. I'm doing the Halloween franchise for Halloween, obviously. And then I'm also doing, I have actually a short film that I shot and I've been editing over the course of the month, which is called Beholder of the Eye, which will be premiering on Halloween. So you can actually listen in to that particular, I mean, not listen in, watch the movie. I hope you'll watch the movie and let me know what you think about it. That'll be premiering on Halloween. It's in black and white, too, so it looks like an old Twilight Zone episode, which will be cool. I also am going to be narrating more scary stories, ones that I find on creepypasta.com. I might even see if I can narrate some of these in the video, and also some of mine. There will be about 10 narrations in the video. It'll probably be about a half an hour of narrations. I'm actually narrating the backroom story, really chilling story. So that's cool. And then I also wanted to do another Uncanny episode if I have time. If not, then I'll just wait until after Halloween. I also have to upload a mask review of both it's right there, the Halloween 3 pumpkin mask, and also I have a Leatherface mask from Ruby's, the Pretty Woman Leatherface mask I have to review. So in total, what's that? That's the narration, the short film, the Halloween review, the Nightmare Fuel, 2 mask videos. I got some editing I got to do. Oh, gosh. I definitely have some editing I got to do. And, of course, I was scheduled to work tomorrow, which is nice, which gives me plenty of time. Look what your brother did to the door. You know, since you guys stayed tuned, let me just show you the leather face mask. Look at that. That's the leather face. That's coming. I'm just going to set it here. And then this is the Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. Happy, happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock. So there you go. If you want to see me try those on and talk about them more, ooh, my pants are going all. Ooh. Ooh. If you want to see, I don't know what that was. If you want to see me try those on and review them, then be sure to tune into those videos. I don't know what to upload when. So I guess I'll ask you guys. You guys are my channel watchers. What should I upload on Halloween? Should I upload the Texas Chainsaw Mask review or the Nightmare Fuel video? Because part of me wants to upload, because I'm already going to do the review of that, I think. I have to figure this out. I don't know anymore. I don't know. You want the Nightmare Fuel on Halloween, I'm guessing? You want the Nightmare Fuel on Halloween? Because then that means the Texas Chainsaw will come out tomorrow. And then, okay, so the Nightmare Fuel comes out on Halloween. And then I have, well, okay, apparently everybody likes Nightmare Fuel. Well, good. I'm glad. I've been trying to experiment with new stuff on the channel, so that's good. So I have Nightmare Fuel on Halloween. I have the new film that I worked on. I've got the Halloween over review. I've got Scary Story narration, and I have the mask review. That's 5 videos on Halloween. And if I could do an uncanny episode, I might. I'm nervous. I don't want to push it too far with how much I can, mass produce. But yeah, there's a lot of content coming your way for Halloween. So if you're like me and you're going to be at home for a majority of the day, you're going to be spending it with me, I guess. So yeah. I don't know what else I was going to say. I think that's it. Try a smaller uncanny. Maybe I will. Yeah, so I'll do the mask. I'll do the leather face mask tomorrow. Sick hair. Thank you. Thank you. It's coming. I've been cutting the sides really short. I've been trying to let the front top grow out a little bit. So that's the plan. R.I.P. hauntformer. He puts out too many videos on Halloween. Yeah, I know. And so if you didn't know, I'm not doing the haunt this year because of COVID. I just didn't want to take the risk, which sucks because I love doing haunts. But regardless, if I did the haunt, it would be way harder to do the videos and the haunt. So it's kind of nice I get to just focus. Yeah. I wonder how you would look with dyed hair. What color? Like blonde or like... Because I used to be blonde and it got darker. It's like dirty blonde now. Or like a color, like green. Red. I don't know. I'd look like Syndrome from The Incredibles. Get Billy Puppet. You want me to bring Billy over here? I can bring Billy over here. Question. What's your least favorite horror movie? That is a very hard question. because I like so many horror films. How about, I don't know how to answer this. Least favorite? I have no idea. It would have to be a movie that has no anything to it. Like there's nothing to the movie. I have no idea. I'd have to think on that. I'll give you a disappointing movie though. I watched The Howling recently, and I was hyped up. It was made by the guy who made Gremlins, and it has really good werewolf special effects, and I love werewolves, and I was like so hyped. I go into the movie, and it wasn't really that good. And that's sad because I was expecting it to be great. But it could have been so much better. But it's definitely not the worst horror film ever. I'm just saying I was disappointed by it. Cobwebs and Candlesticks says Dog Soldiers sucked. I've never watched that. I'll have to watch that. Hey Mac, are you gonna still do a film contest? I have a good film idea my best friend wants to do. Yes. I will be doing a new film contest. I'm not sure when, but I will be. What other questions we got? What's your favorite Halloween movie? Halloween, obviously, with Michael Myers. Did you like Bad Moon? I have not seen Bad Moon. Did you see the new Halloween Kills teaser? Yeah, somebody asked me that earlier. I really loved the Halloween Kills teaser. I thought it was just enough. I like the new mask is like burnt. Incredible. It almost looks better than the other one. But yeah. The worst horror movie I seen was Alien Covenant. You know, I actually liked Alien Covenant, despite the CGI, which was kind of... I found the story to be interesting. It was definitely more on the mad scientist scale. I'm going to grab Billy because I'm being asked to get Billy. Hey, Billy. You're going to read these comments with me?
I want to play a game. The rules are quite simple. You must subscribe to Hauntformer, or your fingers will be removed from the keyboard.
I guess their fingers are being removed. They ain't subscribing. I'm just kidding. Yeah, this is my Billy. Do you like Sons of Anarchy? I have not seen Sons of Anarchy. They say hello, Billy. I want to draw that. Yeah, Billy is one of my favorite characters you could draw. Did you watch The Grudge? Do you mean the new Grudge? If so, yeah, I have. I've not seen the old Grudge, though. Like the one that came out this year. It wasn't that great. Joke's on you. I don't have a keyboard.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah, see, you got trapped yourself, buddy. Do you watch Dead Meat? Of course I do. I don't think there's a horror fan who hasn't watched Dead Meat before. James definitely seems like a cool dude. Cool dude, indeed. When did I get him? I actually did an unboxing of him. I think I got him 2 years ago. You can actually watch me take him out of the box for the first time. It was pretty cool. I wish he was an actual puppet that had a moving mouth. I wish so too, because the mouth would flap open and I could make him talk. Maybe they'll make like one, like, you know how some of the Halloween props have a mic you can talk through? It would talk through it, make it like a deep Jigsaw voice, like, I want to play a game. And his mouth would move. Write that down, Spirit. Do you like the movie Trick or Treat? I love the movie Trick or Treat. It's probably Michael Dougherty's best. Make Billy say, stop the cap, bubble wrap.
Stop the cap, bubble wrap.
Will you get the Billy doll from Dead Silence? I would love to get the Billy doll from Dead Silence. I don't think he personally is worth as much as this guy. So if I got him, it would have to be on some sort of sale. But I would like to get him. That he would be cool. Billy, are you related to Jonathan Galango? No. Have you seen Friday the 13th? Yes, I have. Michael Myers is asking that. Michael, why are you asking that? Did you watch The Ring? I've seen the Japanese Ring. I have not seen the American Ring, but it's one that I've been meaning to watch. Web Rat. Rap Rat. Do you like the movie? Did you watch the movie Terrifier? I watched some of Terrifier. I will have to finish it. I actually have my friend Rick from 13X Studios, you know, the guy who does the Jason masks that I've reviewed. And I met him at a convention. He's a really nice guy. He's actually in it. I think he gets killed by Art, which is awesome. So I'm excited to see him in the movie. It's really cool. You should do a review on Dead Silence. Perhaps I will. Who said I won't? Do you like the movie Hollow Man? I have never seen Hollow Man. I've seen The Invisible Man, but I've not seen Hollow Man. Michael Myers says, because I know Jason. Well, that's nice that you guys are, you know, friends. If someone made a Clockwork Orange remake, how would you feel about it? I would not like that. I don't think there's no improvements that can be done over the original. There's no need. For Kubrick was a genius. He's probably my favorite director. You know, made perhaps my favorite movie, The Shining. I mean, that and The Exorcist are my favorite films. I don't think there's any need to improve it. The Shining or Halloween. The Shining, but Halloween's my third favorite horror film after The Shining and Exorcist. They're making Terrifier 2. Yep. What's your favorite Friday the 13th? Actually, I did a full ranking, so you should check that out if you want to have a cool Friday tomorrow. Hey, look at that. Friday the 13th, Part 8 is actually my favorite, but I also love Part 6 and Part 2. I like most of them, honestly. Let's keep going. Have I seen the movie Dolly Dearest? I have not seen the movie Dolly Dearest. I heard there is an Annabelle and Chucky coming out. I am not sure, though. If you mean movies, yeah, kinda. The original Clockwork is untouchable. I would say so. Clockwork Orange was weird AF. Yes, it's very weird, but I love that movie. I actually just recently saw it in theaters because I work at a movie theater and we were playing it, and I got to go see it, and it was amazing. Make Billy say, "Oh, Billy." I watched the first Friday the 13th tonight. Great movie. I'm Mrs. Voorhees, a friend of the Christies. All the killers are staying in the same house right now. Hey, tell your boy Jigsaw I said hello. Billy is with me. He's chilling with Hauntformer tonight. I'm going to bed because of school. Haunt Creeper, thank you for submitting your story, and I hope you have a great time at school and get ready for Halloween. How do you feel about The Exorcist being remade? I am not happy at all. The original Exorcist is a perfect film. There is no need to improve it. There is nothing you can do to improve it, and it will have to be an inferior film. I'm not looking forward to it, but I will be seeing it, obviously. Could you do a review on the SBC Foundation? Perhaps I will. It wouldn't be an over review, though, because that's more on movie franchises. But I will probably talk about SCPs in the future. Have I seen Wreck? I have not, but I would like to. Are you looking forward to The Conjuring 3? Very much so. J.J. Abrams, The Exorcist will have lens flares. Yes, and probably many explosions. SCP-96, very creepy one. You should watch Silver Bullet. It's much better than The Howling. I will have to watch Silver Bullet. My favorite werewolf films are American Werewolf in London and The Wolfman. Don't look at his face. I agree. Do not look at SCP-093's face. bad idea. Lenny, have a good night, hauntformer, and everyone else. You too. And I think with that said, I'm going to be wrapping up the stream. We are a few minutes away from October 30th. Get on the hype train. That is awesome. I did enjoy your story, Tristan. Thank you very much for submitting. I saw this SCP that's a literal freaking spoon. That's awesome. I can't believe you guys don't like The Howling. I wanted to like it. I was going in hyped. I was excited. I will watch it again because I feel like I missed something. But for a movie where the werewolf is a murderer and wants to kill people, I was expecting a really interesting plot, and half of it is just people going to a retreat. And, like, despite there being a lot about the characters, I didn't get to know anything about them. I'll give it another watch, though, because I want to like it. So, yeah. Mac, why don't you tweet anymore? Twitter has more or less become just a political grounds. I really don't feel like being on Twitter. I never really used it anyways, and the formatting on there is really weird. I just prefer Instagram and Facebook. On the next kill count, you. Do I have Instagram? I do. You can actually go to my channel art and click on my Instagram, and you can follow me. I'll follow you back. You should make a Saw parody short film. Well, actually, I did a review of Saw last year, and the opening is kind of a funny parody with this puppet, so I recommend you check it out. My favorite is 999. My childhood SCP is 173. I do love 173 too. Michael Myers says I can follow him. That's cool. How old are you? I'll guess 17 or 18. Yeah, I wish. Believe it or not, I'm actually 22. I just turned 22 on the 22nd, meaning this was my golden birthday. So yeah, I actually made a video on it called I Will Die One Day. That was my birthday announcement video. Billy, you want to play Monopoly? Yes, he loves playing Monopoly. Do I collect NECA horror figures? I do collect some of the NECA figures. I don't collect them as much as I do maybe masks or other memorabilia like films, like the DVDs, but I still do collect the NECA figures. I've come here to chew bubblegum and kick, and I'm all out of bubblegum. I love They Live. A great movie. What NECA figures do you have? I have a Chucky. I have a Jason. I have the Jason's Part 6. I have the 2018 Michael Myers. I have, who else? I got some Ghostbusters ones. I don't think those are NECA. I think those are Diamond Select, along with the Universal Monsters. Yeah, that's most of them. And I have a few of the Toonie Terrors, also from NECA, like the Leatherface. Have I ever had a Halloween prop break or dry rot? All the time. It's just to be expected. Roddy Piper was so great. Yes, he was. I believe he passed away, which is terrible. Do I watch Cinemassacre? Cinemassacres, Monster Madness. Yeah, I do. I do watch Cinemassacre. He's pretty cool. Eat ramen. I could eat ramen. What did you think of the Child's Play remake? I actually just got it on DVD. It's somewhere sitting around here. I really liked the Child's Play remake. I don't like that they ruined the continuity of the original franchise. I think Don Mancini should have had full control, but for what it was, like that aside, the movie was good. Do I like Impractical Jokers? Yeah, I love Impractical Jokers. I actually just interviewed Kane Hodder, who I got to meet at Spooky Empire. So that was pretty dope. Your streams are just the best. Well, I really appreciate. You sure about that? Thank you, Philibus. Ghostface is my favorite slasher. He's up there. He's one of my favorites. Probably after Mike. And Chucky. Could I do multiplayer videos with your friends, horror games such as Bigfoot, The Rake, and The Silence? I'd love to do more gaming stuff. If I get the software for it, it will be a lot easier. I've been playing Dead by Daylight recently. Very fun game. Very entertaining. Oh, and look, before I read any more comments, it is 11:59. It's 12. Sorry, that took so long. Why was that minute so long? It's officially October 30th. Tomorrow is Halloween. Can you feel that, Billy?
I'm going to feel your guts in my hand.
Whoa, that's dark, dude. Chill. What the heck? Well, it's Halloween Eve for us. Happy Halloween Eve. Oh wait, that's New Year's. Never mind. I like New Year's. But nothing compares to the sweet embrace of Halloween. With that being said, with it being midnight and the stream being nearly 3 hours long, I'm going to begin wrapping it up. So I'm going to set Billy down. And I'm going to, all right, yeah, sleep. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for watching. The fact that 40 of you are watching silly me at 12 in the morning on October 30th is reassuring to me, and I really just want to say I appreciate you, and I hope God will continue to bless all of you and keep you all safe during these crazy times that we're in. But God's really blessed me with each and every one of you, and the fact that I just turned 22 really puts things in perspective, and I've become even more so appreciative of not just my YouTube channel and my fans, but also just my life in general. And so I just want to say that in 2 days, it will be November 1st. And people, and like myself included, we get the Halloween blues. We get sad because our favorite time of year is over and the rest of the world moves on to Christmas and we're kind of stuck. And, I just want to say, you look at this, even this chat right now, even you guys, and there's a lot more of you. There's like 40 something thousand of you subscribed. There are people like us who love this stuff all year round. And I have no intention on stopping the horror and the Halloween spirit all year round. I love Christmas too. Obviously, I'll be getting in the Christmas vibe. But we cannot forget that October 31st at midnight does not end Halloween, but it starts yet another chapter in Halloween throughout the rest of the year. But yeah, November brings the 50% off sale. You get a lot of cool deals and stuff. And it's ironic, really, that Halloween comes before Christmas. Because Christmas is like a time of you have Thanksgiving too. Thanksgiving and celebration and family. And Halloween is like this dark holiday about death and fear. But they complement one another in a way, which is cool. But you need to understand fear to appreciate love. And I think a lot of these stories that you've presented, and the reason why I love scary stuff is because when you understand love, that's how you understand true horror. And that is why Halloween is the best. So with that said, I'm going to wrap up the stream for tonight and share it with your friends if they want to enjoy some spooky stories. If you participated in this Flash Horror 2020 celebration, be proud of yourself. You did an excellent job, and there will be plenty more where that comes from. Casey says, "Bye, Mac. We love you. No homo." Thank you, Casey. I appreciate all of you guys very, very much. If you want to follow me on Facebook or Instagram, you can find the links on my channel art when you go to my channel page. Be sure to go back and watch other videos that you missed in Haunttober, because that's the best way you can find more stuff from me. And hopefully I'll be doing another live stream in the future. But I want to say I just really appreciate all of you guys. And I'm sorry if you're just now joining, but please go back and watch the stream because you will not regret it. Beware. Beware. Ooh. I'm glad you guys had fun. Count Choncula. And so I'm going to end the stream here. And if you're still watching, then this is the post stream, which could end at any moment when I decide so. But I have to think about what I have to do now. Now that it's October 30th, I have all these videos I have to edit. Fudge. I have to do that. So you're hearing my brainstorming process at this point. So I have to. Yeah, hauntformer streams never end. I like just chilling on streams. So I have to, when I end this stream, seriously, I have to record the video of that mask. I have to record. Well, yeah, done. I have to record more scary stories. That's what I got to do. But then I think that's it. Because I wanted to do an uncanny, but I haven't researched anything for the next uncanny. So I'm thinking of waiting to do that. I have a few ideas. I want to do the Max Headroom television hacking. But I don't feel like doing that for Halloween. I want something spooky, but I don't know. At least I have the nightmare fuel. I'm going to have the scary stories. I'm going to have a mask review. I'm going to have a short film. What's the other thing I got? Oh, and the Halloween over review. Hang on. I did actually do a dark web video when I talked about Blank Room Soup. Also, I'm just going to say this, throwing this out there. Jaden's videos is uploading his finale film for his haunted house called Rusty. It premieres tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. And I play a big-ish part in it. So if you want to see me on that, you can check that out. I'm just going to be looking up stuff. So give me a sec. Don't have to give me a second. Okay. I could also do the time travelers. I think the time travelers are pretty interesting. Yeah. Yes. Yes. By the way, if you're joining the stream, the stream's technically over. This is like the post stream. So if this is boring, feel free to leave. This is literally me trying to figure out what I have to do, and I'm just keeping the stream going just cause. How am I not sleepy? I actually am pretty sleepy, but I need to get this stuff done so people can have cool stuff to watch. Okay, so I need to get. What the fudge? You know when your brain like stops working and you're trying when your brain stops working, you're trying to think of what to do. Ew. Okay, I thought of something. But then I gotta film it. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do. You like the thought process? So I'm thinking of doing, if I do an Uncanny, it's going to be on Jeff Talking Mongoose and the Mothman. And I gotta research all of it. Unless I film it tomorrow night, but that's a time crunch. Okay. I can do that. But I really need to edit. I need to edit. I need to upload stuff. I don't think of it. I could also do, Hero Brian's not bad. I could also do Polybius. I wanted to do something Halloween themed, but I mean, anything scary is Halloween themed. Can you please say I see you, Janine. Dead Bart. I actually was listening to I was actually going to narrate Dead Bart. Maybe I should. Do the video while the stream is still going. It's not a bad idea, honestly. I could actually narrate the scary stories while the stream's still going. Because that just requires... Well, I have to turn off the light. You guys want to listen to me do more scary stories? You should read your favorite cousin's text. Randy, I'm sorry I didn't read your text. I was doing... Yes, Randy, can you send it? Can you send it to me? By the way, my Randy can spell in the chat is my cousin. Randy, send it and I'll read it on the stream. Because I was just reading a bunch of scary stories. I need some for my video. First of all, this isn't getting not safe for work. I'm just taking off the jacket because it's extremely hot. And let me put Billy back. Well, I do this. Let's do the time warp again. No, Billy.
No, Billy. Billy.com.
There's a huge mound of stuff in my room. Let's do the time warp again. Let's do the time warp again. Yeah, send it. That Bill Miz Faces video scared me. I know. I love that kind of stuff. I listen to Scare. If you like that kind of stuff, listen to Scare Theater. I really love Scare Theater. Rainbot. Rainbot's really good. Nexpo. Nightmare Expo. Obviously, Mr. Nightmare. Did I watch Memory Hole? I have seen some of Memory Hole. I've seen some of... I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot out there in the world. If you've ever heard of Marina Mortegard Glesgorb, that's coming in the next... what you call it? I forgot the name of my own show. Nightmare Fuel. That's coming soon. Let's do the time warp again. Also, I shared it on my community tab, but I will be... I do have a playlist going right now that's called Halloween, like all caps with leaves at the end, like the emoji. And Halloween is like where I post all of the Halloween songs. So if you need some bops for Halloween, you can check that out. You're gonna be a lobster for Halloween. Red Lobster Lobster Fest. Do you play Among Us? Yeah, I played Among Us. Okay, I need to look up short creepypastas. Also, should I narrate that one that I wrote about the... Should I narrate the one that I wrote? The one about the Route, whatever. Route 66. Let's do the time warp again. Let's do the time warp again.
It's just a jump to the left.
And then we put it with the line. Squidward Suicide. See, the thing about the Bart and the Squidward Suicide, I kind of want these to be like, I'll make those their own narration, but I worry that I kind of want these to be all just generic, non-licensed stories. Squidward's house. I actually already did a narration of Russian Sleep Experiment. You can check that out. Can you please say happy late birthday, Genu? Genu? Is that how I'm pronouncing it? Happy late birthday, Genu. Hope that was good. Hope that was appropriate. Okay. I need to turn off, heck, screw it. I'm just going to read my story for the... This is actually on my brain. When I can't think of what I'm doing, I just make weird noises. Okay, I'm going to record myself. I need to turn off my fan. My fan's extremely loud. I gotta pee. See what happens when you stay on late with hauntformer? Okay. So again, if you're joining or something, this isn't the actual stream. The stream's over. This is the end stream where I'm just kind of doing whatever. So you can leave. Before I go, can you say glory to 2222? Glory to 2222. Or would it be glory to 2222? Okay, let me record myself narrating this story. So if you can't see, this is how I record stories. I have my camera with my mic. So this is the mic that I record into. When the light is green, the trap is clean, which means it is good for narration. All right, let me record this, and then I will continue. Wait, how am I going to read it when it's over there? Oh, I need to switch these screens. Hang on, give me a sec, guys. I'm switching you. You didn't notice any change, but there was definitely a change for me. Okay, here we go. Should you find yourself driving during the small hours of the morning, long before the sun shows its face, you should be advised to, at all costs, avoid Route 963. It has no home, so unfortunately you can't avoid it simply by living in the right place. It just kind of pops up. It welcomes weary travelers who wouldn't call it a night and buy a room. If you see it, do not take it. Even if curiosity strikes up the thought, it's not worth it. If, for some reason, You make the wrong turn, well, you're screwed. Hope and pray you have enough gas to last you a while. You're going to need it. If you drive an electric, the same holds true for the vehicle's charge. You'll quickly begin to notice that Route 963 has no exits, nor pull-offs, nor rest stops, nor gas stations, nor anything. That is because Route 963 is different. Unlike your typical highways, Route 963 is not a means to an end, but rather an end itself. It has nowhere to take you except to take you. If it was playing previously, your radio will likely pick up a new frequency, a channel that plays loud music in an unfamiliar language. Feel free to turn it off, though it won't do you any good. It should be noted, at this point, you'll likely begin to panic. Do not stop your vehicle. Do not turn the vehicle around. Do not look in the rearview mirror. Should you do any of these, the results may vary. If you stop and attempt to go back the way you came, you will be met with a harsh realization. There is no way back. Attempt to drive into the blackness that follows you and let the spider wrap you in its web. That's exactly what Route 963 wanted in the first place. If you look into the rear view, you'll be met with one of two sights. You may see nothing but blackness. Keep driving. Eventually, it will find you. Or, you may see a dim set of headlights following you. In the event that you do, keep driving. Just hope and pray you don't run out of gas, at least for a little while. Of course, now the air conditioning shuts off when it could have been all quiet for the last whatever. Yeah. Route 963 is like the road equivalent of the back rooms. Yeah, I like to think so. Thank you. I really enjoy my story. I'll probably read another one of mine in a second. I want to read. My cousin sent me a story. Randy, if you're still probably watching, I'm going to read your story for all 36 of you still watching. If I can even read all of this. The sky lay flat above the forest of creaky brown oak trees. Beams of golden rays shine through the branches. Below lies a small, rusted, quaint house. Inside sits the Smith family. Their voices could be heard from within the thin walls. Happy birthday, Make-A-Wish son. Young Kevin was turning 10. He looked up to his father with a sparkle in his, what? I'm sorry, I can't read it. In his dough-like brown eyes. Looking down at his perfect 10 candles, Kevin let out a soft smile. He blows with all his might, but to his disappointment, he only blew out 7 candles. He crosses his arms and squints his eyes, frustrated in his candle-blowing skills. You know what that means? Bad luck, Kevin's mother joked. He chuckled in response, knowing she was only trying to lighten the mood. She smiled as she waved him off to bed. It was getting late, even if it was his birthday. There, Kevin lay in his twin-sized bed, staring off into the abyss of darkness. Suddenly, he was no longer in his bed, no longer with his mother and father. Giant lollipops tower over the boy. Sweets galore. What was this dreamlike Candyland he had woken up in? Had his wish come true? A tall, smiling man approached him holding a giant candy cane for balance. Before Kevin could say a word, the man held out his hand. A present for the birthday boy. The figure showed a crooked smile. It was candy. His mother had never really let him have sweets. Kevin gladly took the candy from the strange man, scarfing it down. The boy looked into his palms, seeing that all of his teeth and tongue had come out. The man grows taller as he laughs at the young boy. He panics, trying to talk, but he could barely say a word. "Would you like to go home, Kevin?" it asks. He nods his head violently, wishing and hoping this was a dream. The figure's fingers turn into sharp knives. "Blow out the candles, son." He gives him a cake. Unable to blow out any without teeth, Kevin falls to the candy floors that have now become molded. You know what that means. Bad luck. Before Kevin could run, the man slices off all his fingers. The boy screamed in pain, but it had no effect to the man. It stuck his bloody fingers into the cake, lighting them up one by one. Happy birthday to me. Randy, that was a good story. That was creepy. Wait, his teeth fall out? Like, what the heck? That was good. Yeah, good job. Good job. See, like, you never realize that, like, you guys watching and stuff, you have some good talent. Okay, I need to record another story. So let me look into my vault of stories of ones that I can read for the channel. I'm sorry you had to see that. Oh wait, where did you guys go? Can you still see me? What the heck? What the heck? You guys still watching? What in the world? Why did my screen go away? Hope that didn't end the stream, dang it. Oh no, it's still live. That's so weird though. What? That's so weird though. What? I found it. Alright, well I guess I'm just looking at you guys on the You gonna see me? I don't know where it went. Part of me wants to exit off of this tab. Now let's see. There you are. Oh, dang, that scared me for a sec. Okay, we're back. Spoopy indeed. Okay. What other story can I read? Oh yeah, I can read Dry Mouths. You guys will probably like this one. All right, here we go. Gotta read Dry Mouths. God forbid you should ever find yourself in one of those so-called funeral homes. Granted, the likeliness of such an event is rather high, especially depending on the ages of your parents, and, if applicable, their parents. There's an entire industry centered around death. So, prior to your own mortality, you'll likely step foot in one of those rotten places. Now, let me digress. Not all funeral homes are bad. In fact, your average run-of-the-mill mom-and-pop funeral home is likely just another cog in the middle-class economic machine. You'd be doing a public disservice to not spend your hard-earned dollar letting mom-and-pop pump dear old grandma with formaldehyde. However, with that said, not all funeral homes are good. And largely, I reason this is because of the dry mouths. Not many people know about dry mouths. I realize this probably includes you, too. That's okay. It's probably for the better, considering public knowledge would probably lead to mass hysteria. Imagine taking the bus home, and wondering if the little girl in the green dress across from you was actually hit by a truck 3 weeks prior. Pretty morbid, I know. But this is the harsh reality of the dry mounds. No one is exactly sure as to when this started, but for whatever reason, certain funeral homes would lose cadavers out of nowhere. Clumsy shop owners, maybe, but how on earth could you lose a 260-pound man in the middle of the night? Some people theorize the bodies were probably stolen, though I beg for one good reason to steal a naked corpse from a funeral home, besides the select few sickos that sleep with the thing. I'd rather not talk about it. Maybe the bodies were unaccounted for or cremated accidentally. This isn't true either. I used to work at a funeral home, and we take the very serious precautions to account for each and every body that comes through the place. To me, there's only one answer: dry mounds. When you embalm a corpse, a process I'll not dive into to avoid your loss of appetite, upon the removal of the major organs and blood, you pump the body full of chemicals and stuff the major orifices with cotton. It's a grueling process. To lend insight, consider stuffing 7 wads of cotton into a 300-pounder's rectum. Charming, I know. The point of this is to explain why they're called dry mouths. They get the nickname from the balled-up wads of cotton stuffed into their noses, throats, and other areas after awaking. And yes, you read that right. Awaking. The day I quit, I was just building up the nerve to ask for a raise from the boss man. I had worked at that funeral parlor for around ballpark 4 years, and I felt as if my grueling day-to-day tasks deserved some more adequate financial compensation. As I walked from my embalming room to the head office, I ran into the boss's wife in the hallway. She turned around and smiled at me. I would have smiled back, but the knowledge that I had just removed her heart and pancreas the day before didn't put me in a jolly mood. In fact, my reaction was a loud gasp, followed by my body tumbling to the ground as my hands grasped at the carpet, pulling me away from the woman who clearly was suffering from a bad case of rigor mortis. As my hands tugged along the carpet, they happened to grip a nasty wad of phlegm-covered cotton. I suppose awakening from a cancer-induced nap and finding wads of cotton lining your esophagus wouldn't be too pleasant. The woman stretched out her pale, frail hands towards me and opened her dry mouth. She looked as if she was trying to scream, but considering the absence of lungs, that'd be the last thing to come out. As my back finally pressed against the glass door, pouring sunlight onto my shoulders, I saw my boss step out from his office. He shot a glance at me, and then to his late wife. He let out a whimper, filled both with great joy and sorrow. I watched as he ran to embrace his wife. As she turned to face him, I pushed through the glass door and ran to my car. I considered that my resignation. Astonishing as it may seem, my story is not the only one. In fact, this kind of thing happens quite often. And as I've mentioned, there are some bright theories as to why, but only that, theories. Some people think that the chemicals arranged in embalming fluid creates a charge that stimulates the muscles. Now, that's a cute idea, but the carcass of a week-old woman chasing me down a hallway seems a bit more than a stimulated muscle. Other people, particularly my mortuary friends, believe the deceased were never so, but rather prematurely pronounced dead by a physician. Again, considering my boss's late wife was rendezvousing with me without a heart and lungs, throws that idea out the window too. Others have a different, less medically sound opinion. Some believe that dry mouths are a sign of the end times. Maybe they're demons with skin. otherworldly beings parading as us. Maybe reincarnation is right, but we didn't read the fine print. Or maybe Revelation was right, and the dead. I snap, and that's how I know where I was. Others have a different, less medically sound opinion. Some people believe that dry mouths are a sign of the end times. Maybe they're demons with skin, otherworldly beings parading as us. Maybe reincarnation is right, but we didn't read the fine print. Or maybe Revelation was right, and the dead really do rise. Essentially, we are at a loss, and God forbid you should find yourself in a funeral home, or a morgue, or a hospital, or your home. Because, lo and behold, a month after my quote-unquote resignation, I received an email. Dang it, I messed up again. Essentially, we are at a loss, and God forbid you should go into a funeral home, or a morgue, or a hospital, or your home. Because, lo and behold, a month after my quote-unquote resignation, I received a Christmas card from my boss. And yes, she was on the card too. Dry mouths aren't trying to hide. They're hidden in plain sight. They're all around us, without cause and without reason. The dead walk among the living, and the living are too numb to realize it. They are intruders, wrapped in a flesh suit. I only have one question for the dry mouths. Why? Why are you here? What do you want? Do you wish to feast on our numb brains with your dry mouths? Are you here for my soul? Do you want anything from us? I suppose a dry mouth has the same purpose in life that I do. The only difference being that I have a life. Or maybe that's the biggest lie of all. Maybe we're all dry mouths. We've only forgotten that we've already spat out the cotton. Boop. And that's Dry Mouths, which I wrote about a month ago. It was right towards the beginning of October. That will be in the video tomorrow. Yeah. Hey, Ryan's on here. Thanks for chilling with me, Ryan. Also, Randy, yes, your story was great, and I think you should get an A++ on it. I hope you like that story. I'm going to try to find one more from my catalog of creepy stories. Excuse me. Because then I had 5. So technically, if you're watching this still, there's 29 of you. There were 60 of you earlier. This is the stream after the stream. The official stream has ended. This is just me chilling, trying to get videos done, and I figured I'd let the camera roll so you could watch the behind the scenes of how I work. Right now I'm recording scary stories because on Halloween I'm releasing a narration of 10 scary stories, and I believe I'm on, that was the 7th one, so I have 8, 9, and 10 to record. So that's what I'm going to be doing. What should I do? See, some of these stories aren't even done yet. I'll read a solid 10. I feel like that's a good one. How long is this story? Dang, how long do I write? Yeah, I'll read it. It is very true. I'm also a ghost hunter, Ryan. You of all people will know. I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but I'll say it once again. Make sure to tune in to Strange Spectrum, obviously, on Halloween. We're premiering our first episode where we go to the allegedly haunted Jungle Prada, where the first settlers landed on this continent. And it was a very spooky experience, and I'm excited to see how you guys like it. You have to subscribe to Strange Spectrum. It will not be on hauntformer because we want you to go to subscribe to that channel. So please do. I know. I cannot believe Halloween is tomorrow myself. It is crazy. It is very crazy. Thank you for 30 of you still listening. You can go if you want. This is just me recording. This is just me getting work done. But I'm going to read my next story for the video. Then I'll have that 8, and I have 2 more that I can find online. Thank you, Ryan. You rock. You too. Here we go. This one's called A Solid 10. I'd love to make a movie about this one. Alyssa looked into the mirror that taunted her daily. She cracked a smile across her face, but the facade couldn't hold back the nagging feelings of insecurity. She hated herself, so much so that the mere contemplation of her wretched body would often send her into tears. In actuality, of course, Alyssa was a beautiful, petite young girl. She was sweet, but often never to herself. Most of the boys at her school were charmed by her beauty. However, Alyssa just couldn't see it. She viewed herself as a bulging, disgusting mess. Then there was Dustin. It was love at first sight. For her. He obviously couldn't love someone like her. In her mind, that was the truth. And not friends, nor parents, nor anyone else for that matter could change her mind. Dustin deserved a solid 10. She was far from that. Alyssa, dear, you look fine. Please come down for breakfast. Her mother would beckon from downstairs. It was the same argument every time. Alyssa didn't want breakfast. Well, she did, but she had to lose weight. She wouldn't be caught dead looking like she did, especially in the morning. One day after classes ended, Alyssa found herself in the local mall. She tried her best to avoid social interaction, but she always received glances by passers-by. They hate me, she thought. Trying her best to ignore those anxious thoughts, Alyssa ran into the Shooting Star clothing department store where her friend Anna worked. As soon as Alyssa stepped onto the bright yellow carpeting, Anna immediately saw her and waved her down. "What's up, girl?" Anna said in a perky voice. "Oh, you know, the ceiling," Alyssa said, awkwardly laughing. "Yeah, it is," Anna replied as she chuckled, looking up at the LED star-covered ceiling. Alyssa looked around, making sure she wasn't receiving any malignant glances. She wasn't, except for maybe a few dozen mannequins dressed in dolled-up attire. "Here," Anna said, walking towards the display. "This just came in. I think it'll look really gorge on you." Alyssa shook her head in decline, but Anna insisted, pushing her towards a dressing room. The outfit was a bit tight, but Alyssa pulled it off, stiffly walking from the changing room. When Anna noticed her adorned in the bright colors, she gleamed. "Don't act like one of them," Anna said, motioning to one of the mannequins. "Let me see you sell it." Alyssa chuckled, loosening up in the outfit and spinning around. "There you go," Anna exclaimed, laughing along with Alyssa. Alyssa stopped laughing, turning back to the dressing room. "Where are you going?" Anna asked. "Putting it back," Alyssa replied, turning back toward her friend. "No," Anna said. "It's yours. I already paid for it. Happy early birthday." Alyssa smiled, trotting over to her friend for a well-needed hug. "You didn't have to." "Please, I wanted to," Anna quickly chimed in and winked. "But I know it's not what you really wanted." Alyssa blushed, her smile fading. "He likes you, I'm telling you," Anna tried to exclaim. "No way," Alyssa replied, shaking her head in disbelief. Anna smiled, walking back behind the register. You'll see. You two would be perfect. Alyssa nodded and, after thanking her friend, began walking out of the store, bumping into one of the mannequins. Its perfect body, smooth skin, and sexy lips mocked Alyssa. A sad, small tear scrolled down her cheek. Why can't I look like that? I wish, Alyssa murmured to herself, her voice cracking as she fled the store to race home. That evening, Alyssa went straight to bed, never saying a word to her mom or dad. She crept into her room and slipped under the covers. Her bright outfit dimmed by the darkness. Her face pulsated from holding back more tears, and her body muscles ached. The next day, however, things were different. Alyssa awoke like usual. The sunlight slowly pried her eyes open as she let out a deep, refreshing yawn. Her legs caressed the sheets until they slid from underneath the blanket into the cold morning air. They felt stiffer. In fact, her muscles all over felt tighter than usual. She slowly got out of bed, tiptoeing to the bathroom. With a flick of the switch, the lights flashed on, revealing a surprise unlike anything Alyssa had ever seen. She was perfect. Her figure was like an hourglass, her lips red and plump, her skin flawless, and her eyes like bright pearls. For a moment, she was completely in shock. And then, the next moment, a wave of cheer spread over her. She could be a model. Thin and tall like one of those store mannequins, the ideal woman. Dustin. He would have to like her now, she thought. Everyone would like her now. Alyssa threw on her bright birthday ensemble and ran downstairs, through the kitchen and out the front door. Her mother, who was still making breakfast, chased her daughter through the door just as it was closing. Grab your breakfast before class, hun, her mom exclaimed. I'm not hungry, Mom. Love you, Alyssa shouted, not even bothering to turn around. She figured she'd attempt to explain her appearance after school, even though her mother would never understand. For what seemed like the first time, Alyssa didn't cringe while pulling into the parking lot. In fact, her stomach turned in excitement, awaiting the reaction from her friends and, especially, Dustin. Today, she wouldn't ignore him. Today, she'd walk right up and tell him how she felt. The walk to campus seemed like a hike, and by the time she reached the steps of the main hall, her stomach felt completely flipped in her stomach, her legs straining as her muscles buckled. She put on a smile and pushed the door open. Within seconds, eyes began tickling her from across the room. However, unlike before, these seemed like glances of approval from her peers, not of judgment. The walk to her first period was the longest stretch of all. Her legs were growing tired, feeling tighter with each step. But eventually, she reached the door. Her arms strained for the handle until, finally, it grasped it and pushed it open. Heads turned to see Alyssa. With many expressions of shock and surprise, she blushed under the attention and quickly found her seat next to her friend, Sarah. Alyssa, you look so different, Sarah said, surprised. Thanks, girl, Alyssa replied, scanning the room. What did you do? I mean, to look like that? Just got my beauty sleep, Alyssa replied, her eyes still searching the class. Sarah glanced around briefly until turning back to Alyssa. He's not here today. Who, Dustin? Sarah nodded, pulling her textbook from her backpack as the bell rang. How do you know? Alyssa pried. Don't you remember? It's senior skip day. Why do you think Anna's not here? Sarah chuckled. They're probably at the mall or something. Alyssa stopped smiling. She needed to see him, and instead she was stuck in first period. She decided she'd skip the rest of the day too and meet her friends at the mall. There, she'd present her new body to Anna and Dustin and tell him how she felt. The anticipation made class drag on even slower than usual. Alyssa's muscles ached, and she felt her body changing, though she didn't know how. Eventually, the bell tolled, and Alyssa found her way out of the main hall, down the main steps, and back to the parking lot. With each step, her legs moved slower and slower. She strained to get into the car, and her arms could no longer pull the seatbelt across her chest. Frustrated, she floored it down the lot and down the road, determined to get to that mall. Missing a few stop signs and riding a few curbs was the least of Alyssa's worries by the time the mall came into view. Her new, beautiful body was slowly growing tighter, denser, unyielding to her movements. It was as if she was coated in wax, and her skin was smooth, yeah, but hard and taut. Alyssa, sliding into a parking space, tried grabbing her phone from the passenger seat, barely pinching it. She tried to type something, anything, but her fingers were immobile, fused together like a mitten. She leaned against the driver's door and pushed, her elbow wedged under the handle as the door gave way. She slid out of the car and tried to run towards the mall, but her knees would barely bend. With what little strength she had left, Alyssa managed to get into the mall, running towards the Shooting Star clothing store. If Anna was there, maybe she could help. When Alyssa had reached the store, she took her last step onto the yellow carpet and froze. Solid. She looked around, her eyes frantically glancing around the empty clothing store. She tried to scream, but her lips were fused shut. All she could do was stand there, frozen by both fear and by force, just like one of those mannequins. Alyssa waited, still dressed in the bright outfit from yesterday. Her perfect skin glowed under the starry lights, her face now stuck, her glossy lips puffed out, and like the rest of her, she was unable to do anything about it. Her frantic eyes became still as she permanently became paralyzed. She couldn't budge. But when a familiar voice filled her ears, she sure tried. It was Anna. Anna entered the store and, damning for Alyssa, she didn't recognize the still mannequin that was, in truth, her best friend. Then, from behind Anna, came another familiar voice. "Did you text Anna?" Dustin said, approaching Anna. Shoot. "Did you text Alyssa?" Dustin said, approaching Anna. "Yeah, but she won't respond," Anna frustratingly said, typing on her phone. Dustin sighed, wiping his face. Anna looked up in sadness. "Don't worry, you'll talk to her," Anna reassuringly said to him. "I know, I just want to tell her," Dustin replied, shaking his head. Anna nodded, glancing up at the mannequins looking back. "She's going to be so excited," Anna smiled. "She's liked you for a while, too." Anna and Dustin strolled back into the mall, catching up with their friends, unaware that one of the mannequins in the Shooting Star clothing store was shedding a tear. And that was a solid 10. Which I don't remember when I wrote this. It was definitely a summertime, I feel like. I really like that story. It's a sad story, but it has to do with self-esteem, and I feel like it's a thing that a lot of people can relate to, and so I wanted to do it. Plus, mannequins are creepy as crap, so that's that one. That's all the ones I'm going to narrate of my own stories. I don't want to be egotistical and throw in like half of them in my stories. So I have two more. Yeah, it was kind of like out of the Twilight Zone. Thank you. That's an honor to be compared because the Twilight Zone is like my favorite show ever. So, what I have to do now is find two creepypastas that are decently, sized. Peace out if you're going to sleep. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. Peace out. If you're still with me, thanks for chilling. What time is it for me? It's almost 1 a.m. Dang, this is a long stream. Oh well. Have to find. Let's click random story and see what pops up. Maybe we'll get something good. Maybe I'll look up Halloween stories. You think there's? I'm sure I'm missing one that I really like. I'm not feeling these. Hang on. I'm sure I have more creepypastas to think of. I need 2 more good ones. I know, so. Hang on, let me look up. Thank you for the kind words. Aren't I going to bed? You know, I should. I'll probably be getting off shortly. I'm trying to find 2 more creepypastas to narrate for the video. Just a matter of which ones. This is the creative process of hauntformer behind the scenes. Let me see if Hoodoo Hoodlum can help me out. He's done creepypasta lists before. Here's his top 30 creepypastas. Polybius is pretty good. I've already narrated Mr. Mix. I've already narrated Normal P for normal people. This is most difficult. Wish I go on the Creepypasta wiki. Need to go to the Creepypasta wiki. Creepypasta wiki. Short stories. That's what I need. That's what I need. Yeah, I could do NES Godzilla. I'm trying to do ones that aren't like an actual character, but like their own thing, you know? I can't believe tomorrow's Halloween. This is insane. This year has just flown by. Get up, stand up. Did I make that noise? Yeah, I did. Remember Sarah? How long is Remember Sarah? You know how long it is? Because I'm trying to do ones that aren't too long. You're going to be Terrifier. Oh, that's cool. That is one. Let me look up Remember Sarah. So if you're watching still, this is the stream after the stream. So the real stream's over. Let's see how long Remember Sarah is. Oh, I don't even see. This computer is like making a lot of noise. Sorry. I had to move the camera. See, look, you can see my light over here. This is the competition section of this live stream is over. This is kind of me getting ready for upcoming videos. Here's one called The Man in the Ice. It's really long. I kind of want to add some of my stories to the Remember Alice. Remember Alice. I Remember Alice. Yeah, it's a little lengthy. I would like to read it, though, per your recommendation. Creepy. I want something Halloween themed. Let's see if I can find anything Halloween. I'm going to search Halloween on Creepypasta Wiki. Let's see what we got. See, like, some of these are, like, super gory, because it's, like, a guy chewing people's fingers. It's, like, I don't really find that scary. It's just gross. And I'll read this one. It's called Seven Gates of Hell. Some say on Halloween night, if you go past 7 black gates, you will see the 7 gates of hell. I thought it was a myth at first, until I tried it. I went past 7 black gates around my neighborhood, and then, when I went to sleep, my dreams were in a furious fire. Then it stopped. There was a man, tall and bulky. His eyes were rather squinted, which shows he's old. His legs and hands were thin and looked like he can barely support his weight. He spoke. He spoke with a scratchy and dying tone. He said, Imiklu inter nevs lesken kong. He chuckled and opened the gate. My whole body became numb. Moving on its own, I could not fight it. Struggling did not work. I gave up trying to fight it, and struggling, without control, I went past the first gate. Gate 1. I saw fire, showing the corpses that were horribly mutilated, desecrated, and burnt. They were sobbing so loudly that I couldn't hear the crackles of the fire. One came to me, with one eye and bullet holes all over him. He said, We are the desecrated corpses who did not get a proper burial. We are here to stay until Judgment Day. I went past him and to the second gate. It was in a building. Gate 2. I was in a dungeon. There were people tied up, screaming in pain. One was being sawed in half very slowly, and his body kept healing, ready to be sawed again. One was in the Iron Maiden, with the door being closed and opened, and the body looking as normal as ever. A man in an executioner's mask said to me, We are the torturer, tortured by our own devices. I went past him to the exit. I walked to the third gate. Gate 3. This time I was in a forest. This time it was silent except for a few yells. There was a man hanging from a noose. Another one fell off a cliff, reappeared, and fell off again. I was running away from what I saw, which was a horribly burnt woman chasing after me. I already knew what this place was. These were the people who committed suicide. I ran into the fourth gate. It was in a palace. Gate 4. I was in there. I saw emperors, politicians, and really wealthy people. An emperor was being gnawed on by lions. When the lion ripped a limb out or slashed him, the part grew back. A politician was being beaten by what looked like shadows in prisoners' clothes. A man in a suit came to me and said, We are the corrupted people. The people who use our power to help ourselves, not the people. I walked to the next gate, the 5th. Gate 5. I was in another room. There was a man tied up on a bed being lashed by floating spiky leather whips. A woman was being burnt by a lighter, but her screams and cries were muffled by a cloth that was used as a gag. A rather large man came up to me and said, We are the rapists and sex offenders paying for our crimes on earth. I ran to the 6th gate. Gate 6. I was in a room again. I saw a man and a woman being stabbed, their wounds healing almost immediately. Another person was being buried alive, and another being hit and jabbed with a floating metal bar. I knew who these were. These were the people who are murderers being harmed the same way they killed their victims. The exit was the 7th gate, the final one. This nightmare is almost over. It's almost over, I said to myself. Gate 7. I was outside. There was a man wearing a shroud over his head, coated with explosives. He blew up, regenerated, and blew up again. Another one was being beaten, stabbed by sharp metal objects, and burnt by torches, light. Gate 7. I was outside. There was a man wearing a shroud over his head, coated with explosives. He blew up, regenerated, and blew up again. Another one was being beaten, stabbed by sharp metal objects, and burned by torches, lighters, and matches. They were held by people who looked like shadows. One of them came to me and said, "They are the mass murderers, the terrorists, and suicide bombers. I am a shadow of one of his victims, beating him and taking revenge for killing us on Earth." I ran to the exit. When I woke up in the morning, I became horribly scared. The images of what I saw ran through my head. In fact, that was all I was thinking of for the whole year. It became Halloween again. I didn't dare go outside at night. I just went to bed. It took me a while to sleep. When I did, I was in front of the first gate of hell. There was a teenager like me. He was staring at me. He was shocked to see me. My body then became numb. I could not control myself again. I said to him in a scratchy, dying tone, "Enclum unden nebs, senga los ka." I chuckled and opened the gate for him. After he went inside, with an expression that looked like he was fighting something and struggling, I looked at myself on a goblet filled with what looked like blood. I saw the gatekeeper. I became the gatekeeper. In fact, I am the gatekeeper. You've always been the caretaker. I should know, sir. I've always been here. That was a pretty good one. Obviously me being someone who's religious and, believes in hell, I'm certainly, it's certainly a scary place, but that was a neat story. That was a neat, creepy little Halloween story. Now I need one more, and I'm going to probably say, hey, that's it. We just got to find one more. People can comment, and people are saying it was cliche, disappointing. I thought it was fine. It wasn't like amazing. Like you could see some of that coming, but for what it's worth, I'd love to put my some of my creepy stories on Creepypasta Wiki. The Two-Headed Boy is a short one. All right, let's look it up. Thanks for your help, by the way. The Two-Headed Boy. I might even like tomorrow look up different ones. I just gotta at least have something to edit with. You know what? Did I ever do The Girl in the Picture? If not, that's a good one. Let's see. How I figure out if I've done something is I literally YouTube search hauntformer and then what I'm looking for. The Girl in the Picture. Does anyone remember me doing that? I can't remember if I narrated that. Oh, it's long? Didn't I do that one? I think it was called The Girl in the Photograph. I'm going to read it, and then if you remember it, then whatever. Here we go. My computer will be quiet. It's so loud. It's probably because it's overheating because I've been using it for hours. Go figure. Here we go. Well, let me wait a sec for this thing to chill. Man, 23 of you are still here? Don't you realize it's 1 in the morning on October 30th? Wouldn't you be going to bed? I definitely want to go to bed. Okay. Hang on, I just gotta stretch for a sec. I hope you don't mind me doing that. My butt was so flat. I'm on the other side of the continent from you. Wow. Hey, but we're united in our love for spooks. All right, I'm just gonna read the story. Forget the computer. I hope those other ones don't have computer noises in the background. Maybe I should listen to make sure. My dreams were in a furious fire. Then it stopped. There was a man, tall and bulky. His eyes were rather squinted, which Alyssa looked into. Alright, I'm going to record this one, and I hope I haven't done it before, but if I have, tell me. Here we go. This is a good one. One school day, a boy named Tom was sitting in class and doing math. It was 6 more minutes until after school. As he was doing his homework, something caught his eye. His desk was next to the window, and he turned and looked to the grass outside. It looked like a picture. When school was over, he ran to the spot where he saw it. He ran so fast that no one else could grab it. He picked it up and smiled. It had a picture of the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. She had a dress with tights on and red shoes, and her hand was formed into a peace sign. She was so beautiful, he wanted to meet her. So he ran all over school and asked everyone if they knew her or if they've seen her before. But everyone he asked said no. He was devastated. When he went home, he asked his older sister if she knew the girl, but unfortunately, she said no. It was very late, so Tom walked up the stairs, placed the picture on his bedside table, and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Tom was awakened by a tap on his window. It was like a nail tapping. He got scared. After the tapping, he heard a giggle. He saw a shadow near his window. So he got out of his bed, walked towards the window, opened it up, and followed the giggling. By the time he reached it, it was gone. The next day, he asked his neighbors if they knew her. Everybody said, sorry, no. When his mother came home, he even asked her if she knew the girl. She said no. He went to his room, placed the picture on his desk, and fell asleep. Once again, he was awakened by a tapping. He took the picture and followed the giggling. He walked across the road when suddenly he got hit by a car. He was dead with the picture in his hand. The driver got out of the car and tried to help him, but it was too late. Suddenly, he saw the picture and picked it up. He saw a cute girl holding up 3 fingers. Beep. I like that one. Do you think I read that one before? I can't remember. Well, if someone figures that out, just send me. Someone commented and said, "What if what if she kills 11 people?" Oh my gosh, that's true. Like what a finger like. Um. Brrr. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna reread the winner from tonight's contest, and that's gonna be an extra story in case I need like that one is a repeat. I think that's the plan. And then I'm going to sleep. I think this has to take the cake for longest stream I've ever done. Seriously, it's 4 hours long. It's 1:20 a.m. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to read Snow Day by our winner of the contest. Here we go. I had forgotten how much I miss snow. As soon as I was old enough, I escaped the brutal winters of my childhood home in New England to start my young family in southern Georgia. Now, as a grown man with 2 sons, I felt like a kid again, praying all week that the weatherman would be accurate for once, and that this unusually cold weather would bless our subtropical suburb with some snow for the first time in 60 years. The ominous icy winds racing through our neighborhood and the skeletal shelves of the supermarket made the prospect of this freak event seem very likely. The morning after the big snowstorm was supposed to hit, I was like a kid on Christmas. As soon as I awoke, I ran to the window to see if the predictions rang true, and boy did they. Overnight, the heavens had opened and dumped a massive half-inch of fresh powder on our southern paradise. The city's infrastructure was not prepared for this once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon, and my wife and I were excused from work and the kids from school. I decided to take my boys outside and teach them the wintertime activities I had learned as a child. The kids and I ventured out into the frozen landscape, and I paused to appreciate a perspective of my neighborhood I never thought I would be able to see. As I watched my boys try to form snowballs out of the measly dust, my eyes drifted to an imperfect patch of snow by my house. Walking over to investigate, I discovered the disturbance was a trail of footprints that led to and from my house and the forest at the edge of my yard. Confused by the unfamiliar tracks, I looked up and my stomach dropped when I realized where they stopped. The nondescript boot prints halted just a few feet away from my youngest son's bedroom window. We live in a safe neighborhood, so we never lock his window or close his curtains. I realized that the tracks must have belonged to a stranger who had been mere feet away from my unprotected son. I started to feel sick when I realized, because this was the first time his prints were visible, and there's no way of knowing how long this monster had been watching my son sleep. Okay, that was a good story, though. That was a good one. Yeah, so that was the winner of this of the. So I'm actually going to email him right now. Ben. I'm just going to say, hey, Ben. Thanks so much. Turns out, ... you won. I'll reply after Halloween with your prize info. What an amazing story. I'm narrating it as a part of, I can't type, of my Halloween celebration. And my current live stream has it being read too. I'm just going to send that for now. All right. I think that's a good place to end. Yeah, hauntformer does need some rest. You all need some rest too. I want to say that was a very good story. I agree. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you who stayed. I can't believe that you're still here, but it means a lot to me. Happy early Halloween. Tomorrow's the big day we've been waiting for, and I mean, wow, that's awesome. Hope you have a blessed night. Stay spooky. Stay safe. And remember, for all things Halloween, this is Hauntformer.